Yes, exactly. The Afrikaners are being oppressed. No, which is such a great point. I'm not going to focus on that today. Chris just said that. I think Chris and I are going to do a debate on Sunday. But I have to say, I'll give it to Donald Trump, who produces a reality show of lies every single day from the White House. What a great distraction. Right? I mean, this is exactly what the plan was. Why else would you stay up all night on Capitol Hill debating his big, beautiful bill that robs us all? I can tell you why, because I was up at 1 a.m. when I figured it out. Or let's see, about 2 a.m. Eastern. So yeah, like about 11 probably. Maybe it was a little after that. It might have been around midnight Pacific time, 3 a.m., but somewhere in between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. Eastern, while everyone in Capitol Hill in the Rules Committee is screaming about how Trump's robbing us with this reconciliation bill, a letter was released from the Congressional Budget Office. And this is why the Republicans demanded they debate this bill at 1 a.m., because they did not want the American people hearing that Trump promised not to cut Medicaid, which is obviously he's gutting Medicaid. But guess what? There's $500 billion in Medicare cuts. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office delivered this math in a letter in the middle of the night. And Jim McGovern's like, yeah, now we see why you have us all here in the darkness, so that, people are sleeping when we find out that you're cutting $500 billion from Medicare. Yeah, we'll get into it. Don't worry. I have hundreds of clips. This show, I could literally be live for the next 8 hours with the amount of information. I screenshotted everything too, so we don't have to use links. So I'll take us all through it. Let me just get set up. I believe we are live on Twitch. By the way, if you are not following me on Twitch and YouTube, please do. Wait, give me one more second. I just need to get YouTube set up. But yeah, I've got clip after clip. I pretty much have clips of all night long, the fights going on in the Rules Committee. I mean, there's really no defense. Math is math, but now I get it. Of course, they have to have this debate in the dead of night because there's $500 billion in Medicare cuts. They really are doing it. They are going 100% all in. And even today, still, I don't want to ruin all the fun surprises of the nightmare we're in. Let me just set up my super chat goal. Hey, Kami. Hey, Leah. Well, thanks for hanging out in the YouTube chat. I'll be right there. Today is going to be a crazy show. Maybe the most crazy ever. Everyone just get a soft blanket and wrap yourself in it. It's going to be some anxiety. I had to just sit here for 5 minutes before I started the live and calm down. You need to calm down. I cannot even, but I have to say that's a great distraction. What Trump's up to right now, if you don't know, he basically is doing another Zelensky to the president of South Africa, accusing the oppressed of being oppressors and committing a fake white genocide. That is one of the best distractions ever. Except for who cares? You're stealing $500 billion from Medicare. He needed a big distraction today. That's why he's having a complete meltdown, screaming at people, making up lies about the South African president and his country. Yeah, I'd be doing that too if I was trying to distract from the fact a 15-hour debate is going on about Medicare fraud. Now, this is it's Rick Scott now, government edition.
Now than computers.
Thank you for following me. Appreciate it. Tap the screen. Oh, I need to pin the live goal. Okay. Got it. Sorry, TikTok Studio is being a little weird. I'm back. I think I'm back to, hold on. Can you see this? Hi. Can you see my, what I wrote in the chat? Or can you see what I wrote hi in the chat? That's so weird. Okay, let me pin it at least. And it says under review when I try to pin things. You can see it. Okay, cool. Because there's many things wrong with TikTok Studio, but hopefully it won't prevent us from getting through all that we need to get through. I'm probably going to do a lot of skipping around today. Like I said, I've been up all day watching this fight go on. Now I get it. This is why the Republicans forced this debate in the Rules Committee all night long, so no one would hear about the Medicare cuts. Now he's putting on some weird tantrum in the White House, thinking no one's going to notice. Well, I think people are noticing. Even MAGA on X is like, what's going on with Medicare? I love it. I'm not sure. I know Matt was going to DC too. Like, there are so many protests going on, like all night long in DC. I'm not sure if Matt was there, but I was thinking he's probably out there. I'm trying to think of what I want to pull up first. This is the Congressional Budget Office letter that came at like between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. Eastern that talked about the $500 billion in cuts. But I think we'll start with some videos because I don't know how much of this I'm going to read and how much I can have people explain. I'm going to start, I think, with I love Melanie Stansbury, the representative from New Mexico. And I'll say this, be proud. Like, we know there's issues with certain Congress people. We don't feel like they're necessarily working for us. Now, I'm talking about the House. This debate has been going on. No one's been to sleep. They're still going right now in the Rules Committee. Democrats are still fighting in the Rules Committee. They've been all night long. No one's been to sleep. Republicans are falling asleep in these hearings. Ralph Norman's snoring while Democrats fight to claw back like the stolen Medicare and Medicaid and SNAP cuts, and Ralph Norman's like snoring like a weirdo. It's so offensive what's going on. Okay, hold on. Let me find my Melanie Stansbury clip, and then we'll get this. It's not so much a party, but tons of information. Don't worry. I have made it as clear as humanly possible. I just want to start because she always does the best summary. I have so many clips, but I have a really good one. And then, I probably have 100 clips just from Congress. These are right next to each other. This is perfect. Yeah, we'll do these three. Okay. And this clip is Melanie Stansbury on Instagram. But again, I found it on X from someone who posts clips. So I just want to, I'm sure she probably posted on her TikTok too, but this is actually the clip you're about to see is someone downloaded from Instagram and reposted X. Again, if you don't know Representative Melanie Stansbury, she is amazing. She's a genius. I want to give credit to Hakeem Jeffries for organizing everyone being up all night and then having a fresh wave of people starting at 4 a.m. to come in and torture the Rules Committee. It's all been very organized, and I don't know. I'm proud of the Democrats in the House for fighting this hard and this long. Okay, so again, this is Melanie Stansbury in the Rules Committee. This is this morning. I'll show you clips from last night and stuff, but she always does such a great job of summarizing what's going on.
You know that paper is more sophisticated now than computers.
Oh, it's muted.
Before I get started, I just want to observe that we've been here for almost 12 hours, and I want to take a moment to thank all of the staff who've been holding it down for the last 12 hours in this room. And I want to also observe that I count exactly 2 Republicans in this room, while literally dozens of Democrats have sat here all night and all day to have 5 minutes in front of this committee to speak our piece on behalf of the American people. So I have a lot of ground to cover. If it's not obvious already, not only am I a no on this bill, I am a hell no. Let me tell you why. This bill puts a massive permanent tax break in place for the ultra wealthy and corporations on the backs of working Americans. It will literally make the poor people of this country poor while the rich get richer. It will give billions of dollars in kickbacks to defense contractors, private prisons, and big tech. It gives cuts to life-saving programs, Medicaid and healthcare, which all of you said you wouldn't cut for months, and here we are. Food assistance, school lunches, Pell Grants. It will decimate protections for the environment, NEPA, public lands, judicial review, climate and clean energy. It decimates protections for our federal workers. It makes them at will, and it threatens their retirement. It threatens our consumers. It eviscerates the federal budget. And, Madam Chair,
hold on, who said that? Someone, Jeff said just a bunch of talking points. No, these are facts. This is a debate that's been going on all night on the actual math around the budget, the 10-year budget that's about to decimate our economy, right? That will save us no money. In fact, on the low end, will blow out the deficit by 3.3 trillion. Some estimates are much higher than that. And this is the actual debate. This is not propaganda. This is, I mean, what should we not dissent? Should we not point out that at 2 a.m., literally a few hours ago in the dead of night, this is why Republicans wanted to hide this debate, that the Congressional Budget Office admitted that there will be $500 billion in Medicare cuts? I do think this is very important information. Yes, Jeff, it is all for show. What do you mean? Should we? Okay, so we shouldn't, the people we sent to Congress should not point out that even though Trump said he wouldn't touch Medicare, that $500 billion is going to be stolen from Medicare. Like, I think it's important that someone points that out.
Despite what I have heard here for many hours of lying, it will put into place the largest increase in deficit spending this country has ever seen. Ever. That is what this bill does. And that is why I oppose it. I'm here to present 6 amendments, one of which was voted down by the Republicans in oversight that would actually protect Medicaid, Social Security, veterans benefits, and food assistance. I'm also here to fight for a bill, an amendment to this bill that would make it impossible for people like Elon Musk and special government employees to self-deal and exploit the government for their own personal gain. I'm also here to present an amendment that would restore the protections for our tribal nations, because notwithstanding what I heard the chairman say in the dark of night in this room, this bill takes away the judicial rights of our tribal nations to defend their sacred lands and their tribal trust and treaty responsibilities, and it is shameful. It is absolutely shameful. I am also here to offer an amendment to restore climate funding that was cut out of our national budget. And I am here to present an amendment which the Republicans have already voted on in a number of different places and spaces that would make it impossible for our foreign adversaries to mine our system. These are but a small offering to a 1,000-page bill that will literally kill Americans. This is but a small offering in the 500 amendments that my colleagues and I have waited all night and all day to present in this committee. So let me be perfectly clear. This bill will hurt the American people. It will raise the debt. It will give permanent tax breaks to the ultra wealthy. It will put billions of dollars into the pockets of Donald Trump's friends. It will cut life-saving programs. It will decimate protections for our communities. And it is happening on your watch. And we are here to fight it every step of the way in this committee, on the floor, in our communities. And we will not stop fighting.
Oh, and okay, just to be clear, if you started following me, like I was debating yesterday with Chris, and now you're here to be annoying in the comment section, this is not that. Like, this is a show for people whose brains work, where we talk about math and numbers and facts. This is a data-driven show. This is not asinine people say asinine things in the comments. So this is just the friendly fair warning. If you annoy us, whose brains are still functioning and can do math and are concerned because we have to drag your dead, confused body weight behind us as we're all robbed together, I will block you. We really don't have time for your idiocy here. But when I'm debating and you want to harass me, that's fine. But this is not that type of live. This is for people whose brains are operational. So just if you continue to say things that bother me, I will just block you. And you could still find me on other lives and bother me there. I promise. I really don't mind all the time. Just this is not the place for that. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, I almost said your name. I don't know. I didn't know your. Thank you, Wolverine, for the $25 on Cash App. Appreciate it so much. And I will give you a text. We used to chat a long time ago. I remember. Thank you so much. Again, this is my Cash App and Venmo. I've been up on all the clips, all the research you're going to see today. I've been working on all night. If you like the research I do and the information I provide on the people's receipts, please do support me. Oh yeah, this is the subscription number. We have 420. Why does this happen every day? Does anyone notice that? We always are back at 420. We're at 420 subscriptions. That yellow star in the bottom left corner is for subscriptions. If you want to subscribe or buy a subscription for someone else for a month, please do. Trying to get back to 500 subscriptions. Keep tapping the screen. We are about to go through a lot of important information. I do want to make sure as many as people as possible here. That bottom right-hand corner, that arrow that goes right, if you can help me by sharing the live so we can be found more on the For You page, that would be great. If you don't have people specific you want to share it with, just push the copy link button. That counts as a share. And tapping is clapping. Let's get to 50K as fast as possible. I have so much information. We could probably just do this all night if we wanted. I do want to just, and I have who did that? Wolverine, thank you so much for the giveaway subs. W Wolverine in the chat. Also, I say this all the time. I've known Wolverine on this app since before I really even did lives. And he always has his accounts taken away. So if you're not following Wolverine's, especially if you got a subscription, give him a follow. Because he's on account number 553, I believe. This one will probably be gone soon too. And then we'll just start following him on a new one. It'll be great. Oh, wait. Did I miss another receipt? Desiree. It's just, okay, wait. I want to make sure we have the 10 that Wolverine got. And then did other people subscribe? It's just Chrissy, Robert. I don't know if these are gifted subscriptions. Who did these? G-Dog? Is that, yeah, it's hard to tell who's subscribing. Thank you for whoever I don't know why I can't just scroll up like a normal person. Thank you guys so much. Okay, there we go. Desiree subscribed. Robert, thank you so much. It's just Chrissy received a supporter subscription. Sorry, it's hard. TikTok Studio's looking weird and small. And Coco received it. Okay, W, thank you guys so much for everyone who just bought subscriptions. I didn't see a gifted one. Yeah, now it says you have, it's just Chrissy. It says you have a sub now. See, it says friend next to your name. That means you have a sub. Thank you guys so much. And if you got a subscription, make sure you thank whoever bought it for you. Appreciate it so, so much. Okay. This is, again, our de facto cult leader, Robert Reich, who, if you don't know, he's on TikTok. You can follow Robert Reich on TikTok. He was the former labor secretary for Bill Clinton. He is a professor at Berkeley, which I think he's retiring. I talked about this briefly. I don't think they're having some sort of documentary premiere about Robert Reich. Like it's in DC. I think it's like on it might be on like June 13th or something. And it's basically like his last lecture at UC Berkeley, I think is made into a documentary and then you can go see it. But I mean, eventually, hopefully they'll release it, but the premiere is in DC. If anyone's interested in seeing Robert Reich's last lecture, they're having a premiere for the documentary around it. I know he is a legend, but he posted this, and I have we'll look at many different versions of how we're all being robbed by this bill. But the more you make, the better the big, beautiful bill looks. Average change in 2026 after tax income and income from programs such as Medicaid, health insurance marketplaces, that's the Affordable Care Act, supplemental nutritional assistance program, SNAP, and student loans. So if you make under $17,000 a year, that's beneath the poverty line, you will lose $1,035 on average in 2026. If you make between $17,000 and just under $51,000, you lose $705. You're paying more. Congratulations. If you lose, and again, this is just in relation to the big, beautiful bill, because I know I was showing more aggregate views that factor in like Trump's executive orders, the tariffs, and the big, beautiful bill. This is just what it was going to damage us in the bill. If you make 51,000 to just under 93, you will, let's see. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm not reading wrong. Okay, yeah, you will get $845 back. And now, so remember, That's where people are like, oh, I'm getting a tax break. But that's why I have been showing us the comprehensive analysis for analyses from the Yale Budget Lab, because you don't, right? When you factor in that in order for, and we'll get to the higher percentiles, but for the richer people to make more, right? We have to pay extra taxes every time we buy something at the cash register. Tariffs are a regressive tax. So let's say it's like, oh, $845. That sounds pretty good. Yeah, but when you actually factor in all of the taxes, the tariff taxes, no, you won't be getting that. But again, this is just Big Beautiful Bill. 93,000 to 170, just under 174K a year, 3,245. If you 174,000 to just under 263,000, you get 6,050. 263 to just under 387,000, 8,835. If you make 388,000 to just under $1 million a year, you get 19,965. And it just is amazing because, this bill is really designed for the ultra wealthy. Like, that's where the real tax breaks are. If you make $1 million to 4.3 million a year, you get a tax credit of $44,365. And if you make above 4.3 million a year, which, so many of us here definitely do not, you get 389,280. Are we seeing this jump, the difference for people who make over 4.3 million a year? Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm just blocking someone who annoyed me. Please don't give me instructions like chill. You can chill and not be in my live. My job is to state facts, and this is me chill. Now you can chill somewhere else. Yay! So again, I just can't express. This is a bill for the ultra rich. And I mean, this is not all the proof. I want to show you though, and I have more clip. Why is this not? Hold on. Something's wrong here. Okay, there we go. This is just a little short clip. I have more clips, but there was huge protests led by Social Security Works. It's a nonprofit I love. Outside of Capitol Hill all night while these debates were going on. And I just want to, this is just one example of like when they got the news, that letter from the Congressional Budget Office saying that $500 billion in Medicare was going to be cut. Oh, I almost forgot his name. Brendan Doyle. I didn't know much about Brendan Doyle until the last, I've been watching him speak in the Rules Committee all night. I really do like him. He's grown on me. He's from Pennsylvania.
Tonight, the breaking news, CBO confirmed $500 billion worth of cuts to Medicare. It is shameful what is in this. It is the biggest actual taking of wealth from the bottom 10% in this country and transferring it to the top 10%. Tonight.
So again, this is why the Republicans demanded that the debates for this reconciliation bill happen in the dead of night at 1 a.m. in the morning. And they were hoping the Democrats wouldn't be there or wouldn't stay long, and then they could get it out of the Rules Committee really quickly. But the Democrats are still, even right now, screaming at them. At least they were right before I started this live. So W Democrats for hanging it there all night long. Why is that a thing? Like, why are they doing this in the middle of the night? Because of this. Because they knew that it was going to be discovered. They were cutting $500 billion in Medicare. I'm sorry, I don't want to say cutting. I want to say stealing. That's our money that we paid and they're cutting $500 billion from Medicare. And that letter came out at like between 2 and 3 Eastern in the morning. And they obviously knew that it was coming, that the Congressional Budget Office had to respond. It's a nonpartisan office, and they, do calculations about the budget for Congress and give them the mathematical data. And they had to give it sue them sometime. The Democrats demanded it. And yeah, they wanted to try to hide it. So that's what was happening all night long. Thank you. I saw some people Julie extended her subscription. Thank you. Doxy Mama gave 3 giveaway subs. Doxy Mama, appreciate it so much. Chell subscribed. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I always try to make sure, and I see people receive subscriptions. Okay, I'm not sure if I'm missing someone that bought subscriptions besides Wolverine. Sorry. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much. Keep tapping the screen. Lahua, thank you so much for the super chat. Hi, Felice. I almost missed you. Let's go. I know. I missed you too. I miss you every time we don't see each other. Thank you for hanging out with me on YouTube. Dennis, thank you for extending to a 6-month subscription. Awesome. I accidentally added the ACLU to the signal chat. Oh, God. Seth's signal chat. Is that you, Billy Ray Dipchit? That's so funny. I love that. If you're not following Hegseth's signal chat in the comments, funny. If someone's, sorry, I was just talking about our mod chat. If someone is being annoying, I just realized who you're talking about. I'm pretty sure he's blocked. Are you saying in this live he's being annoying? I thought I had him blocked. But yeah, if someone is being too annoying or disruptive, just get rid of them because we really don't have time today. This is not time for people who can't do math to just waste our time not being able to do math. We got to move on from that. Okay, I'm going to start now. Let me pull up the actual budget letter. I'm going to try to figure out how the best way to explain this simply is without having to read a ton of crap. Is this it? Oh yeah, let me just go through this. And I sent this out on Monday. I sent it out again yesterday when I was debating with Chris. I just want to do this really quick and just do a recommendation because that's when you have this conversation. I mean, the reconciliation bill in itself is horrible. Like we are all being raw. Unless you're extremely wealthy, it's not good for any of us. Now they're stealing $500 billion from Medicare for sure, confirmed by the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. Like this is a travesty. But the real story, when you look at, okay, like if I'm budgeting for my family, how much is everything Trump's done since he's been in office going to cost me? And you need to look at a comprehensive look, which is Trump's executive actions, the cost of tariffs that to the average household, and then in addition the reconciliation bill. And that's this is the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. They're quoting the Yale Budget Lab, which I talk about all the time. I love the Yale Budget Lab. They do tons of analysis on the budget. I just want to show this. I would screenshot this right now if you can, if you have an iPhone, it's just 2 buttons, just take a little screenshot and cut it, because this is the most helpful, I think, graphic that I've seen so far. That it's simple, and again, this factors in everything. The no tax on tips, no tax on overtime in the reconciliation bill. It's taking that and then breaking the country up into percentiles based on income, and then showing due to all of Trump's executive actions, the tariffs, and the reconciliation bill, what you will, essentially lose. Unless you're super rich, then you might make something. But again, we can start at the bottom. The bottom 20% would lose $2,270 on average per household. The second 20, this is a year. The second 20% would lose on average $1,720. So they would lose 5.6% of their income. Middle 20% will lose 2.8% of their income, $1,610. The fourth 20th percentile will lose 1,410, which is 1.6%. Then here's even the top 20%, when it's all said and done with tariffs, $250. So they're, even like people who are doing pretty well aren't making much. But the top 1%, that's where you see the big numbers, right? They are gaining $25,500. And I can't show you, I don't know how many statistical analyses we've done at this point that shows that there is no trickle down. There is only trickle up. As long as capital gains are taxed at a lower rate than income, money is going to stay at the top of the economy and we are going to be robbed. So this should be very concerning to everyone. I will show that again and again. So I'll probably reference it again and again as needed. Let me at first I was going to go through Trump's lies because I was so annoyed, but now that everything is unfolded, I have so many things to talk about. I don't even think I'm going to bother to show Trump lying incessantly.
Is more sophisticated now than computers.
Okay, if I need to pull them up live, I will. But okay, so this is what came out in the middle of the night. Potential statutory pay-as-you-go effects, right? This is the pay-as-you-go effects of a bill to provide reconciliation pursuant to House Congressional Resolution 14. That's the Big Beautiful Bill Act. I can't believe they're calling it that. But CBO, that's the Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, responds to questions concerning the sequestration, right? And that's the thing. All these words are so big, it's like, well, what is sequestration? That's not so bad. Who cares? No, that's basically the cancellation of budget resources. That's stealing Medicare money, right? That would occur under the statutory Pay-as-you-go Act of 2010 if an enacted bill raised deficits by 2.3 trillion over 10 years. The minimum the deficit will be blown out by Trump's bill is 3.3 trillion. And what we're saying is there's another overlapping legislation that basically says if the deficit is blown out by 2.3 trillion over 10 years in a budget bill like this one, then they start taking things away. And let me this is the actual letter. It's only 3 pages, but this is better. CBO, that's the Congressional Budget Office, confirms GOP budget bill triggers Medicare cuts. This is last night in the middle of the night. Congressman Brendan F. Doyle, ranking member of the House Budget Committee, released the following statement after the Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office warned that the Republican budget bill would trigger more than $500 billion in automatic cuts to Medicare under the statutory Pay-as-you-go Act. Yeah, I know. Maybe he could just sell his plane. Well, that's only 400 million. I mean, there's so many ways we could. Who said that? That was funny. Maybe Trump can just travel in a shittier plane. Here's this. This is again the quote from Brendan Doyle. This Republican budget bill is one of the most expensive and dangerous bills Congress has seen in decades. The Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office makes it clear the deficit will explode so badly it will trigger automatic cuts, including over $500 billion from Medicare. This is what Republicans do. Pay for massive tax breaks for billionaires by going after programs families rely on most: Medicaid, food assistance, and now Medicare. It's reckless, dishonest, and deeply harmful to the middle class. As Republican holdouts are demanding even more cuts to healthcare, which they are, right? Like Chip Roy's doing his weird kabuki theater, we need even more cuts, thing. Right now in real time. I'll show you clips of it. There's no reason to believe the members of the current Republican conference will disarm this budget time bomb. So basically, like I said, there's a bill called the Pay-as-you-go Act. If a budget bill is passed that will blow out the deficit by more than 2.3 trillion, which this will by minimum of over $1 trillion more than that, right? The low end of estimates are at 3.3 trillion. Right, MAGA. You got waste, fraud, and abuse. Trump's already spent $86 billion more than Biden did at this time last year. You guys have saved no money. You've grown the size of the swamp, spent more money. Congratulations on, as usual, not only doing nothing, but digging us into a hole that the Democrats will then have to dig you out of. And you'll blame someone else for because you have literally no idea what's going on. And again, this is the letter that you can read, and it just details this is the letter that was released in the middle of the night. This letter responds to your questions concerning the sequestration, the cancellation of budgetary resources in accordance with the statutory Pay-as-you-go Act of 2010 that would occur if an enacted bill raised deficits by 2.3 trillion over 10 years. Under the Pay-as-you-go Act, the Office of Management and Budget, that's creepy Russ Vogt, is required required to maintain 5 and 10-year scorecards that it updates with the estimated cumulative charges in revenue and outlays generated by newly enacted legislation, right? So here's why the big beautiful bill will trigger the Medicare cuts. If either scorecard indicates a net increase in the deficit, OMB is required to order a sequestration to eliminate the overage. So we basically are going to have minimum of $1 trillion overage that has to be offset. The balance used to determine the amount of the sequestration is not the projected increase in the deficit for the particular year. Oh, interesting. Rather, Office of Management and Budget's 5 and 10-year scorecards. So they're basically saying, we're about to pass a new budget. That's what this reconciliation is for 10 years. If at any time the deficit is expected to widen by more than 2.3 trillion, this is triggered. Here's a good part of this letter. Would enactment of legislation that increases deficits by 2.3 trillion over the 2025 to 2034 period, the 10-year period, trigger sequestration, trigger them to take a bunch of money back? Yes. In accordance with the Pay-As-You-Go Act, the Office of Management and Budget would record the average increases in deficits over the period. In this case, $230 billion each year. That's wild. On the pay-go scorecard, without enactment of subsequent legislation that would offset the deficit increase, waive the recordation of the bill's effects on the scorecard, or otherwise mitigate. They're saying if Trump doesn't do something to fix the deficit problem, right? Like, just for the record, since when I was debating, I had people lying about it yesterday. Biden lowered the deficit, right? The deficit is you need to bring in revenue. An example of that is taxes, or you can negotiate different deal. It's revenue coming into the government and versus what is going out, right? It's the balance of the budget. The deficit is the difference in between. Joe Biden paid down the deficit. That's why we never triggered anything like this. Thank you so much.
More sophisticated now than
Almost altruist. Oh, I like that. That's a good one. Almost altruist. Me too. Almost altruist, but a little too much childhood trauma. So they're basically saying unless Trump did something to make up over $1 trillion, this will be triggered. OMB would be required to issue a sequestration, take money back, order not more than 14 days after the end of the current session of Congress to reduce the spending by $230 billion in the fiscal year 2026. So it has to be on average of $230 billion a year, or by a larger amount if the 5-year average increase in deficits was greater than the 10-year average. How would sequestration affect Medicare? So this is directly when I'm saying, it's going to be $500 billion in Medicare. Here's the logic behind that. How would sequestration affect Medicare and other programs, assuming that funding subject to sequestration remained equal to the amounts? They're basically saying, if nothing changes with what the Republicans are up to now, and this is how much they're going to blow out the deficit by and drive us into debt, here's what would happen. Under the Pay-As-You-Go Act, reductions in Medicare spending are limited to 4%, or an estimated $45 billion for the fiscal year 2026. So that would leave $185 billion to be sequestered from the federal budget's remaining direct spending accounts. So just to be clear, it would be $45 billion a year, which will add up to $500 billion. This is so apt. And then in addition, they have to cut more things. We're just talking about because there's a 4% limit on Medicare cuts. This is money we paid into expecting to get it back and be taken care of. And we're basically saying that because Trump is going to rob middle and lower class Americans to give tax breaks to the rich and corporations, that up to $500 billion in Medicare money will be stolen. In addition to more. PAYGO exempts many large accounts, including those that provide funding for Social Security. So it can't be Social Security, thank God, and low-income programs, but I guess it can be Medicare. Therefore, in CBO's estimation, OMB would have roughly $120 billion in budgetary resources available for cancellation in 2026. And again, the max of so in 2026 can be 45 billion in Medicare, because at least that's horrific. That's a theft of 45 billion, and it will continue unless Trump somehow stopped blowing the deficit out. And again, we're talking about this is triggered at 2.3 trillion. The minimum the deficit is projected to widen is 3.3 trillion. So, I mean, I think people are losing sight of how much $1 trillion is at this point and how truly horrific this is. How would Medicare be affected after 2026? So, the 4% maximum reduction in Medicare spending would apply to sequestration orders for years after 2026. So, what I'm saying is it's 45 billion a year over year. If OMB ordered a sequestration of 230 billion for each year through 2034, the ordered reductions in Medicare spending would increase to about 75 billion in 2034 and would touch roughly 490 billion over the 2027 to 2034 period. How would all other programs that are subject to sequestration be affected? After accounting for the reduction in Medicare spending, because of the 4% cap, because, they're only going to rob us for a little bit, the required reduction in spending for other programs would exceed the estimated amount of resources available to those programs in each year over 2027, to 2034 period. If OMB sequestered all of the funding for those programs, the total amounts would be less than the reductions required. So they're saying, if every other program available, if they took 100% of the money, it's still not enough to get below a $2.3 trillion add to the deficit. That is what you just read. They're saying, hey, there's this 4% cap on what we can steal yearly from Medicare. And if we take 100% of every other account, it's still not enough. That's how much Trump is blowing out the deficit. And now you realize why no one has slept on Capitol Hill, why I've been up all night, because Republicans did not want this to come out during the day when people were awake and the news would be reporting on it. We are being robbed. If you're just joining us, I was just going through the letter that came out at 2 a.m. from the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, confirming that because Trump is blowing out the deficit to the tune minimum of 3.3 trillion, there is a pay-as-you-go act that will basically trigger Medicare, at least 490 billion in Medicare, in our Medicare that we paid into to be stolen from, as well as cuts in other areas that have been appropriated by Congress. So Trump's lie about not cutting Medicare is just that, an absolute lie. So I'm just going to show, I don't want to hear Trump's voice after what I've heard, even though I have a bunch of clips of him lying yesterday. But I do want to play this because I think this is Rich McCormick. He used to be in the richest district in Georgia. And then I think he moved. I think he's actually in an adjacent district now. But do you remember Rich McCormick? This is the guy that did a town hall and people were furious at this man. People were screaming at him. And his district is plus 20. I can't remember the exact number, but it's over plus 20 Republican. I mean, he has the reddest district and I do. I will reset the gift goals. Thank you for reminding me. Sorry. I have so much on my mind right now. I will reset everything as soon as I start playing this. But he was on CNN and, they're asking him about the reconciliation bill. And I just think he's a great example of how awful Republicans are. First of all, These are allegedly deficit hawks. These are people that claim to be fiscally conservative that are going to drive us
You
in
know that paper is more
to
sophisticated
debt,
now
never
than
before
computers.
seen. We've never widened the deficit this
You know
much
that
in the
paper
history
is
of the
more
country.
sophisticated now than computers.
And people say that Trump's good on the economy. If you say Trump is good on the economy, just wear a sign that says, I can't do math. I don't understand numbers.
We've been downgraded by Moody's. That's the second time in 2 years. We're in trouble.
So it really sounds like you don't like deficits, that it's a foundational issue for you, and you would consider yourself a deficit hawk. The Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office overnight put out its assessment of what they know of this tax and spending cut package, and they say it will cause an increase in the federal deficit of $3.8 trillion attributable to tax changes and extending the provisions of the 2017 Tax Act. So deficits which you hate, this could add $3 trillion to them. What do you think of that?
On the low end,
It's way worse than that. If you look at it, depends on if you're talking about 1 year or 10 years. We were talking about originally saving $1.5 trillion over 10 years. First of all, the way we do this is very dishonest. I know it's required by law to do a 10-year budget and to talk about how much we're going to save over 10 years. But anything past this year is really tripe. And when I say that, I say it eyes wide open. And once again, we're going to have just 4 years from now when you talk about things that expire in 4 years. First of all, most tax breaks or tax expenditures don't expire in 4 years. We just continue them. The bad policy can.
for the rich. You mean the people, yeah, the rich and corporations, they get their tax cuts in perpetuity? Yeah.
Continues. We pretend like the next 6 years are going to be great because we don't have to actually vote on those things until then. We'll have 2 new Congresses and a new president when those things expire or continue. And that's why I want to talk about just this year. When we talk about 10-year plans, that stuff doesn't matter, and that's what we keep on getting distracted by. Let's talk about this year.
I had to take a drink, Congressman, because it sounds like you hate deficits so much. And if the CBO is saying it will increase it by $3.8 trillion, if the Joint Committee on Taxation says $3.8 trillion, Penn Wharton Buzzage says $3.3 trillion, Moody's is concerned it will add $4 trillion, how could you vote for this bill?
Yeah, I would love somebody to give me a better alternative right now.
The alternative is to not vote for it. Like anybody that can do math, if you claim to be fiscally responsible, you cannot vote for this bill, period. It makes no sense. That's what you can. What do you mean? I would love someone to give me a better option. The option is to not vote for it. But that's what I'm saying. These people are giant hypocrites. You're not a deficit hawk. You're a liar. You are literally robbing the poor. And by poor, I mean all of us, right? Unless you're part of the 1%, you are being robbed mathematically so that corporations and rich people can get a giant tax break and it will not trickle down. Mathematically, it hasn't. Since I had to start hearing about trickle down economics, for some reason, nothing's trickling down. It's the weirdest thing. And then these people go on, I mean, quite literally, what are you saying? I wish I had a better option. The option would be to tell the truth, to grow a spine in your back and stand up to the orange grifter. But that's an impossibility.
If you increase everybody's tax rates, corporate tax rates, we saw that we actually ended up with more revenue when we decreased taxes, when the economy expanded during the Biden administration.
It's not. First of all, the TCJA was a shit show, and that was Trump's mess. Don't even put that on Biden. Corporations having record profits. That has to do. That's a very complex thing. We could talk about price gouging, price fixing. We could talk. I mean, there's many reasons that corporations have record profits. None of which have to. I mean, and isn't that the point? Understand what this man is saying. Well, corporations are having record profits. How does that benefit us, the American people? How does that benefit us? It doesn't. What he's saying is the rich are getting richer. Isn't that great? No. Well, if you don't know, Rich McCormick's very wealthy. It's great for rich people, right? That's why I get so annoyed when they're like, corporations are making record profits. Yeah, and none of it's trickling down. and someone brought up stock buybacks in the chat. Great point, right? We know through stock buybacks, that money's not trickling down. They're not investing in workers. They're not giving people better health insurance packages or increasing wages. That's not what's happening. They're just handing record profits to rich people, to their shareholders, which has nothing to do with us. And understand, every time you buy something, you're paying taxes. Tariffs are taxes. We are finally being taxed without representation. Congress didn't approve these tariffs. Donald Trump did through an executive order. The only people that can tax us, Congress needs to tax us. That's how appropriation works. We're being taxed without representation so rich people and corporations can have record profits.
The things that made the economy strong was the fact that we had tax cuts that sustained businesses. I don't think we have a taxation problem. We have a spending problem. In other words, increasing taxes. I'm not a tax and spending kind of guy. I just don't think that works.
Hey, final warning for all the people who can't do math in the comments. These aren't, I know you don't know because everything you believe about politics are just things you heard from somebody who can't do math. This is not the place to be. Well, I'm just blocking you. You're annoying. But for all the people saying annoying things and distracting people, if I see it, I'm going to block you. All right, let me find this Angelino person because, God, Angelino, just fair warning, your brain's not working. And I will be blocking. It's not my job to educate you. I did used to be a second grade teacher, but this is for people whose brains work. It's called math. Oh, I see your comment now. Felice, you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, math doesn't lie. This is math. I know you don't like the truth and the cognitive dissonance sets in and you start feeling weird. So you have to yell asinine things in the comments. It doesn't make the math wrong. It just means you can't do math. I do think you should find someone to help you learn to do math though. And bye-bye. Again, this is not, when I debate, I don't mind being heckled and harassed. This is not that. This is for people whose brains work and can do basic math. These are facts, right? This is not for you. When I'm debating next time, you can totally troll me and say asinine things that make no sense. Don't mind it. This is not that time now.
We just spent too doggone much, and we haven't made any real consequential conversations about steering that towards something good. For example, we have bipartisan solutions out there for Social Security, our biggest spending item. Now, I don't want to have anybody who receives Social Security have their benefits cut, or anybody who's within 10 years. But if we don't do something, it will go bankrupt in about 7 years, and then we'll all have to figure out what we're going to do: expand our debt or cut those deficits.
And we have another lie. It's not going bankrupt. It would be 75% funded. And furthermore, we already know how to fund Social Security. We just raised the Social Security tax cap, right? We have people you just saw. I showed you. If you're making 4.3 million, you are getting huge tax breaks. There's a cap on Social Security tax at I think it's like 162,000 something. We need to raise the cap. I think Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders had a bill that if we just, it wasn't even that much. Like if we just raised the cap like $100,000, Social Security would be solvent for 75 more years. Like it's a simple problem. It's just when you hear conservatives talk, there's no answer except the poor get poorer or have to unalive because they can't have health care. We don't even need to completely remove the cap. We just need to raise it a little bit, even though I do think we should remove the cap. You should be paying. You're talking about making 4.5 million and refusing to help people retire. Undocumented immigrants are paying more into Social Security. They paid $98 billion in 2023 into our retirement. Imagine we have people, billionaires, making millions a year, and they're only taxed on like 162K of that for Social Security. How much is your income taxed? Usually all of it, right? Unless you're making, if you make over 162 or whatever, it changes year over year. That's why I'm not sure exactly what the cap is. I know it's somewhere around 162. But if you make under 162,000, 100% of your income is taxed. This is what I talk about with regressive taxes. The rich are not paying their fair share. And I love them being like, look, it's broken. What are we going to do about it? Because they want to privatize Social Security. Do you think we should privatize Social Security based on what you've seen Donald Trump doing and conservatives? Look how he's manipulating the stock market. Look how he purposely, it's not like there was a pandemic. He inherited a bull market, that an economy that was expected to expand. Nothing that's happening to your retirement accounts right now needed to happen. And these people, after we watch all this market manipulation so rich people with capital can get richer, are saying, yeah, let's just risk it all in the stock market. While you're watching us set precedents that presidents are kings who can lie, who can cheat, who can grift, who can drive the markets up and down whenever they feel like it. These people have, how, and I mean this as nice as possible. And MAGA, it's not that I don't want you to be in this live. I just don't want you to say asinine things that distract us. But you could learn something. This could be the moment where you think, yeah, none of this does make sense. Why am I being robbed by the guy that said he was going to do things for me? That is the question. The math does not math. These aren't my opinions. This is math. You are being robbed. No matter how much you think Donald Trump loves you, he's still stealing from you. You're supposed to be the party of fiscal responsibility. This is not fiscal responsibility. Blowing the deficit out by $3.3 trillion and triggering a $490 billion Medicare theft that he promised he would not do. It's not fiscal responsibility.
Those budget problems. So what we're going to have to do is face some of our mandatory spending things, or we're in trouble. But nobody wants to do that.
I'm just confused because based on
he says mandatory spending. Again, no. These holdouts on the Republican side, they're not saying, let's take care of my constituents. Like, I feel bad that Medicare is being stolen from. They're saying, let's steal more. That's what he's saying when he talks about mandatory spending. He's saying, no, let's steal more. Let's steal from Social Security, which, thank God, that pay-as-you-go act that's going to trigger the $500 billion being stolen from us in Medicare, I guess says that it can't be taken from Social Security. Thank God. Or they would be stealing from that too. You can see their mouths salivating. That's what they want.
What you're saying here, it sounds like you're really against this type of legislation. Does that mean you're a no vote on this?
Until you tell me what we can do better. And right now we're bending the curve. In other words, this deficit spending that's been just out of control, increasing year by year.
If you can't think of anything better than robbing the average American to help billionaires get more, then you need to not be in Congress. Or what I suspect is this is a pathological liar. Or a combination of both. It's not, you were elected to represent people in your district. If you cannot think of anything better, you need to not be there any longer. Your brain is not working, sir. If you don't have the spine to stand up to a guy who literally says men shouldn't be wearing makeup and every morning puts on makeup horribly, can someone get this guy a get ready with me tutorial on TikTok? Someone help Trump with his makeup. Like, if you don't have the guts to point out, hey, you're wearing makeup yourself and your math isn't mathing, then get out of Congress. Get out of Congress. And yes, thank you. Who said that? Kraken, thank you for reminding me. We all should be harassing our representatives. I'm a native-born Phoenician. I've lived all over Phoenix. My parents didn't own a house. We moved apartment to apartment every year. I've had so many different representatives last night while I was watching all this. Yeah, make sure I've talked about apps you can download so you can fax your reps. They have to legally read them, leave voicemails. Someone has to listen to them, but they need to know whichever way this goes, people don't forget. You are not, if you don't have the guts to do what's right now, you will be going, assuming we have free and fair election, You will be going bye-bye. But at this rate, who effing knows?
Year by year. And I know some of it's funny numbers because we're saying, oh, we're saving money because we're not spending as much of an increase. For example, you can even say Medicaid. When we actually talk about, oh, we're doing all these cuts to Medicaid. No, we're just not expanding it as rapidly. That's the honest truth. But people, Democrats specifically, are demonizing us for not expanding it more rapidly than inflation. And that's where we get into hyperbole because they want to win elections instead of solve problems.
All right, Congressman Rich.
Liar. God, if your rep is Rich McCormick, if you're in Georgia and this is your rep, you should be ashamed of him. This man is a liar, or his brain doesn't work, and he's definitely a coward. I think everyone should be concerned. And I didn't know, I need to look up. I'm not sure. Does anyone know off the top of their head, since I have the smartest chat in the land, where Representative Andy Barr is from? Andy Barr. I didn't really know who he was. Here we go. He's from Kentucky. Is that right? Did I get that right? Yeah, services for Kentuckians. Yeah, Kentucky. I don't see District 6. Yeah, District 6. Okay, so here, and I was about to say, at least some Mitch McConnell, Rand Paul, Thomas Massey. I mean, I'm liking Thomas Massey every more by the minute. He's out there just driving Trump crazy. Thomas Massey is fundraising off Trump threatening him. I'm like, isn't that, it's 2026 when Republicans are fundraising off Trump threatening to primary them. I think Thomas Massey has made like a bunch of money, thousands and thousands. I saw him saying thank you this morning because he's basically making money because he's the only person in the House that will stand up to Trump and say the truth, that this is all a lie. So again, here's one of his counterparts, another representative in Kentucky, just blatantly lying this morning.
How do you address the concerns over how much this costs and how much this adds to the deficit? Is it even possible to allay those concerns at this point?
Well, look, first of all, the CBO score is wrong. The CBO has been wrong repeatedly. It was wrong when it projected budget surpluses with the Inflation Reduction Act, the Green New Deal. It was wrong by almost $500 billion. It was wrong when they scored the first Trump tax cuts. They were wrong by over $1 trillion. Why? Because the CBO doesn't do this scoring dynamically.
No, they weren't. What happened with he's talking about year over year. Again, you can make projections and then someone could change it, because what happened with the TCJA, not Trump. Trump didn't do anything to lower the deficit. Trump blew the deficit out, but Biden did. Right? Biden negotiated with pharmaceutical companies. He brought in extra tax, right? He brought in more revenue and lowered the deficit. So projections can change. This is just if it's set like this, if this is the budget we have and this is how much revenue we bring in, these will be the consequences of it. It's not that things can't change. Thanks again, Joe Biden, for lowering the deficit during your 4 years. Thanks, Donald Trump, for doing nothing.
And what we know about this bill is it's jet fuel for the economy.
You said the CBO, but Congressman, you say the CBO is wrong, but your fellow Republicans are concerned because the CBO is the only nonpartisan scorekeeper that Congress has, and
they're panicking. The CBO is the only people you guys all agree on. It's literally, they just do math calculations. You turn in a budget and they do math calculations based around that budget and answer and return the math back to Congress. So Andy Barr, shame on you.
Is going to decrease the household resources of the bottom 10% of households by 2%, while increasing resources for the top 10% of households by 4%. So the wealthy will see an increase in resources, the least wealthy will see a decrease. You might not believe it, but are you concerned?
Wrong.
It's not wrong at all. Andy Barr's a liar. It is right. And again, the worst part about this is it's much worse than this, right? This is the reconciliation bill is just the budget. This is not factoring in tariffs. That's the worst of this, is when you count like the average American household, every time you buy something, you're being taxed. So billionaires and corporations don't have to pay taxes. And that's a regressive tax. It's even worse.
That
wrong,
is
wrong.
I understand you think that is wrong. But let me ask you a question.
Let me tell you what the facts are.
Love MAGA. It bless their sad, embarrassing hearts. Let me help you. Math is not wrong. You are wrong. Right. And I know Trump has got you really used to just saying, hey, like Trump just says it's not true. Math is always true. Right. You are being lied to. I don't know why. I mean, it sounds like Andy's scared of being primaried. I don't know why, though, as an American who's being robbed, why MAGA is so important to you to delusionally lie. These are math calculations. It's simple. They're not wrong.
Kate, let me tell you what the facts are.
And
the Congressional Budget Office is wrong.
Congressman, I understand. Let me ask my question. Let me ask my question about it.
Let me explain.
I understand,
Sure.
but I'm going to ask the question first.
Wrong.
I'm going to ask the question real quick first. And I'm not really here to get in a fight. I want people at home to be able to hear us. You think it is wrong. You have Republican colleagues who this is what is concerning them and why they are not, right now, they are not a yes vote. So if you have felt.
I love watching white males just be like, hey, why aren't you listening to me? Like, I'm a white male. I should be allowed to lie. Like, what are you talking? No, you are wrong. The only honest Republican. Hold on. Let me just show you. I want to show you this. Oh, sorry. I muted the wrong thing. Sorry. I didn't mean to make you guys see my brain. I'll show you guys that in 1 second. But I want to find this clip of Thomas Massie. So again, this is his own this is another Republican representative from Kentucky. I just think it's funny that we're saying it's wrong. Is it wrong or is it right? Oh, do I not have to leave the presentation to find the clip? Let me find it really quick because it's really good. This is Thomas Massie, another representative from Kentucky, just like Andy Barr, talking to Manu Raju. Oh, I may not have left. Okay, found it. I might have to make it bigger.
Are you worried about the blowback from Trump allies from the MAGA base for voting no?
No, actually, I've got a lot of people in the MAGA base who realize that we could have done this differently. We could extend the tax cuts.
Before we listen to this, I just want to remind you all that this is Thomas Massie. This is the only man, and again, I could go off on why Thomas Massie is annoying. I don't want to give him too much credit, but he is. I just want to remind you, his wife unalived a few years ago of cancer, and he's, the only person who has claimed to be a fiscally responsible Republican and a deficit hawk that has voted and consistently told the truth about Trump driving us all into debt. And consistently stood up to Trump despite all day yesterday, Trump was making THREATSs against Thomas Massie, and he's still hanging in there. And I do I always talk about this quote, right before Trump went into office, when they were trying to force Thomas Massie to vote to extend to do a continued resolution for the budget. And he said, hey, when my wife died, that was the best of me. I have nothing to lose now. There are no threats. I'm not lying for you like everyone else. None of this makes sense. You're driving us into debt never before seen. You're blowing out the deficit. And so I just wanted to remind you of who he is, because I know I talk about this story because that's when I was like, okay, I respect it, Thomas. He's just and he's also, by the way, he's in a gerrymandered, super red district. I honestly don't think Trump could oust him if he wants. And like I said, he's been fundraising because all day yesterday, Trump is after him with THREATSs, and he's raised thousands and thousands of dollars. I was watching, even Democrats on X are I'm almost tempted to give because we're not going to win. We're probably not going to win his district, but because it's such a red area, but you almost have to respect it, even though through the pressure. He's also, I don't know if he's on GLP-1s, but he's lost a lot of weight too. I was worried about him for a while. He seemed very unhappy, but I do feel maybe this has given him he was so sad about his wife and like, I don't, like the truth in this crusade to like be the only person who won't bend to Donald Trump has like, I don't know. I feel like he's looking better. It's given him something to live for. So in a weird way, even though I don't like Thomas Massey, I don't agree with 99% of the stuff. I do agree with. I respect him for being one of the only people. That's why it's funny. And I wanted to show that clip of Representative Andy Barr from Kentucky because this guy's from Kentucky. Mitch McConnell is consistently voting against Trump. Rand Paul is like the Thomas Massey of the Senate, right? Rand Paul is just on a tear being like, we're taxed without representation. Trump's a liar. Like, so in a way, there are at least a few Republicans from Kentucky doing the right thing. But this is yesterday. Thomas Massey is basically here. I think I have GOP rep Thomas Massey on White House claims the bill won't add to the deficit. Trump's like, oh, no, that's some of the lies I was going to show you. I clipped it all. It was amazing. Trump basically went yesterday morning super early to beg the Republicans in Congress to vote for the bill. And he spoke to them on Capitol Hill. And after, everyone's just like, no, what the F? Like, that doesn't make sense. And Trump did a little press conference where he just lied through his teeth. He's like, no one's losing Medicaid. Like, no one's losing access to food. Like, they're going to get more food. Just wild lies. And he's like, this isn't going to add anything to the deficit. And Thomas Massey was interviewed right after and is like, he's a liar. So I gotta make this bigger.
Trump allies from the MAGA base for voting no?
No, actually, I've got a lot of people in the MAGA base who realize that we could have done this differently. We could extend the tax cuts and paid for them, but instead we're not. I mean, over here, the people in favor of this bill say that under the policies of this bill, we're going to add $20 trillion to debt over the next 10 years, which is $3.5 to $5 trillion more than would have been added otherwise.
This is deficit neutral.
Yeah, that's
3.5 to 5 trillion. Just understand that the minimum we are adding to the deficit is 3.5. That's what I need everyone to understand. When you hear someone say 3.5 or 3.3, that's the lowest estimate from all like the think tanks. But I mean, when you look at the numbers, it's probably going to be at least over 4.
And Trump was pretty blunt inside the room when it came to the issue of Medicaid, Wolf. In fact, we are told from multiple sources, 2 sources inside the room, that Trump said, quote, don't F around with Medicaid. And he used the curse word, not F around, but that was the message to his colleagues. The question is going to be whether those Republicans will ultimately fall in line, because we know that Mike Johnson can only afford to lose 3 Republican votes on a straight party line vote. He's trying to get this out of the House by Thursday, but there is so much opposition concern within the ranks. Can he get those members to fall in line? That's going to be a big question as members walk out of this room. In a matter of moments, we'll ask them if Trump changed any of their minds, Wolf.
Before they ever set foot in.
You know that paper is more sophisticated now than computers.
Deborah, no, he didn't say 3.5 billion. No, it's 3. Oh, you're talking in billions. I don't know why. Yeah, it's 3.3 trillion to 5.5 or 5.5 trillion to the deficit. Sorry, I realize I don't know if you said million or billion. I was just misunderstanding. I read it again. Okay, wait, sorry. I left the presentation. I was like, this is the wrong order. Let me go back to the PowerPoint, or wait, it's whatever it is.
You know that paper
This is not a PowerPoint. What am I talking about? Let me get. God, this is going to just get more and more depressing. Apologize in advance for all the depressing information I'm going to share with you today. I've been up all night. So have all the everyone in Congress has been debating all night long. We found out at 2 a.m. that $500 billion was going to be stolen from Medicare, which made everyone very, very understandably upset. If you've missed it, this replay will post to YouTube. My name on YouTube's A Girl Has No Name. Whether you're watching on Twitch, YouTube, X, or TikTok right now, if you don't follow me on YouTube, you can just subscribe subscribe. My link tree's right there and everything. You can follow me across all platforms, and all of the replays of these lives of the People's Receipts or debates or any lives I do, they post to YouTube immediately after, as long as I don't, have any copyright violations or anything. So again, if you want to show anyone any of this, or you're like, oh, I missed the beginning, I didn't see like the mathematical justification for what we're talking about, you can this will post and you can clip it or whatever. But again, at 2 a.m., a letter from the Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office came out confirming that because of the Pay-as-you-go Act, if and when the deficit is blown out by 2.3 trillion or more, that it triggers automatic yearly cuts. Thank God there's a 4% cap on Medicare. So it would be about $45 billion a year will be stolen from us, from what we paid into Medicare, I'm sorry, I'm trying to not get this wrong, 2027 to 2034, basically, right? 45 billion a year. There will be cuts from Social Security apparently they're not allowed to steal from Social Security, thank God, in the Pay-as-you-go Act, but there will be other things in the discretionary budget where they will just take 100% of it. And what this letter basically confirms from the Congressional Budget Office is, even if they take 100% from every account they legally can, and the max 4%, which is the 45 billion a year in Medicare, they still won't be able to get down to 2.3 trillion. I just want you to grasp how much Trump is driving us into debt and blowing out the deficit. Trump blew out the deficit in his first term, and compared to what he did in his first term, this is like, we are in another land of debt. We will never recover from this. That is why Moody's, again, while Trump is literally talking about Comey taking pictures of seashells during a beach vacation, and they're talking about mocking Joe Biden for having cancer or whatever the F is going on. Last Friday, our credit rating was lowered. Moody's lowered our credit rating. That should be the only thing. Everything Trump is doing, talking about Afrikaners being discriminated against, which is mathematically ridiculous. Everything Trump is doing is a distraction to distract from us being robbed. Just understand that. Trump is driving the economy into the ground. Why does it matter our credit rating's lower? I don't know. Ask a homeowner whose mortgage rates are up. Look at our 10-year yield, mortgage yield. Look what's happening to the bond market. Trump is driving our economy into the ground. Well, everyone's like, oh, where are the Epstein files? That is literally what he's doing. Just making up weird. We're talking about Comey. I didn't even know Comey was still alive. Like, I do not care. I don't need to hear about Hunter Biden's laptop or weird Hillary Clinton conspiracies. We are all being robbed. MAGA, you are also being robbed. You are just too delusional and bad at math. That's why we should not. Well, we'll get to the Department of Education too. We're going to get there. That's why you do need the Department of Education, because that's creating equity, right? And giving more to public schools in depressed or lower income areas, right? That's what the Department of Education did. You are literally making an argument for why it's necessary. And MAGA, just because this is not like Tinkerbell. If you believe in magic enough, Trump will save you. You are being robbed. No matter how delusional you are, no matter how much you believe he loves you, no matter how much you believe in him, you are still mathematically being stolen from. This entire reconciliation bill is one of the largest wealth transfers that's ever occurred in America. Wealth is being taken from middle and lower class and transferred straight to the top of the economy. And it's like, oh, it's going to trickle back down. No, it doesn't trickle down. That's what we know. Until we change tax law, nothing is trickling down. So once it's up there, geniuses, it's not coming back down. Hold on. Let me just decide which bad news to deliver now. Is this? Yeah, I'll just show you. This is another, I'm trying to remember where I got this from. Here, this is another, I would take a screenshot of this. This is a good explanation as well. The CBO, this is Congressional Budget Office. Whenever you say CBO, it's the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, which is technically being run by Trump right now, shows Trump GOP bill would spur unparalleled. Are you with me? I can read that. That's a pretty big word, MAGA. I got it though. Unparalleled. That means never before was there a similar thing. Unparalleled wealth transfer from poor to rich. That's us being robbed by corporations and billionaires. If enacted, this would be the largest transfer of wealth from poor to the rich in a single law in U.S. history. Unparalleled, unprecedented, nothing before has ever happened on this scale. Well, you all idiotically are like, Donald Trump said he loves me. Everything's going to be fine. That's what, I don't know. I will make a recommendation. I love psychology. Look up Stockholm Syndrome. That's what you have, MAGA. This is 100%. We're in a Stockholm Syndrome scenario. You are in love with your captor. You have begun to empathize with the person who is imprisoning and stealing from you. And I do think you all need to seek some sort of help. This is Stockholm Syndrome. Like 100%. And I'm not going to go through all this, but this is from Bobby Kogan, Senior Director of Federal Budget Policy at Center for American Progress. Love that place. Great brains. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office said Tuesday that the Republican legislation speeding through the U.S. House of Representatives would cut household resources for the bottom 10% of Americans while delivering gains to the wealthiest in the form of tax breaks. If enacted, this would be the largest transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich in a single law in U.S. history. Great job, MAGA. Too bad. Just poke holes in our life raft. You guys, while the rest of us shovel water out of it, you guys just keep poking holes until we all drown together. You guys are geniuses. Bobby Kogan, Senior Director of the Federal Budget Policy at the Center for American Progress, said in response to the CBO analysis, and that's why I said this is a great article because it links back to the analysis. So if you're interested in the numbers, like I love, you can check it out, which was released shortly before the start of a dead of night. Great explanation. House Rules Committee hearing. Why else would you need to debate this in the dead of night if you're doing us all such a favor? Oh, because you're not. Because this is a literal robbery in the dead of night. On average, according to the Congressional Budget Office, U.S. households would, quote, see an increase in the resources provided to them by the government over the 26 to 2034 period. But the resources... Now here's because I know MAG is like, see, no, that's what you have to understand. Are resources going somewhere? Yes, just not to us, to the top 1%, right? Somebody's getting something. It's just never us. Right? When you say we're number one, we have the number one gross domestic product. Not you. You don't have shit. Corporations and billionaires have things. None of the rest of us have anything. But the resources, quote, would not be evenly distributed among the households. Shocking. The Congressional Budget Office found, estimating that, quote, in general, resources would decrease for households in the lowest decile, the 10th percentile of income distribution, whereas resources would increase for households in the highest decile. What do you know? The rich get richer while MAGA believes Trump loves them. And why would they want to spend less on educating people? MAGA, can you just make that connection on this live right now? Is it possible you could get that? That you should want your children to have as much, and I used to be a teacher, so I can tell you, it's like a per student, right? The amount of dollars per student matters in your child's education. And if you believe in any way, unless you are exceedingly wealthy, that cutting the Department of Education is helping your child and their future? It's not. It's ensuring they're going to be just as clueless as you are, wandering around in a paper bag they can't find their way out of, believing that some guy who says men shouldn't be wearing makeup, yet puts on makeup every single day, poorly. It's a GD tragedy how bad his makeup is somehow helping you. Hi. Hey, Emerald. Sorry, caught me at a bad time. Quote, the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office's unprecedented analysis has confirmed what Democrats have known to be true. The GOP tax scam will hurt working families the most while delivering massive tax breaks for billionaires like Elon Musk. Interesting. Any claims otherwise are intentionally deceptive regarding the Republican plans to rip healthcare away from nearly 14 million Americans and take food out of the mouths of millions of people, including children and seniors. Yeah, this is just kind of, it might not sound like it's on topic, but I promise you it is. I've been up all night listening to these hearings. If you're a male, please don't ask me to have sex with you. Please don't tell me you like me. The answer is no. The answer is no. No. If you're a woman, if you're a straight woman who has the unfortunate life sentence of being attracted to straight males in this country, do not have sex with them. Why would you? We're supposed to what? Do you understand 40% of births in this country are paid for by what? Medicaid. You guys are trying to take women's bodily autonomy, force us to give birth, and then say, but you might unalive. But sepsis rates are soaring. You guys don't even know what sepsis is. Look it up. You've created maternal health deserts. And God forbid, my dad's black. I sit in a lot of phenotypical privilege, but we know the darker your skin, the less likely you are to survive childbirth in a hospital in America. And we're all supposed to be excited to bear children when you've taken all the resources we need to survive and confuse doctors. They don't even know if they're allowed to save our lives or if they'll lose their medical license, and women are supposed to get the answer is no. But women, I will have sex with women, just not men. The answer is no. This is why. If you want to know why, it's called math. And I would suggest learning to read, because I think a lot of men will be facing this same issue. Why would anybody want to have sex with someone who doesn't believe we should have bodily autonomy, is taking away healthcare? By the way, and we'll get into this in a second. This is just my preface. One of the biggest, this is basically gutting Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood is not just AB care, right? It's all sorts of care for women. That's when I didn't have health insurance in my 20s. That's how I got pap smears I needed. And you guys are gutting Planned Parenthood and then think women are going to want to be near you. Please don't even try. The answer is no, forever and always. Oh, this is what I wanted to get to. This is another good change in household resources as a percentage of income. So again, it's change in household resources as a percentage of income under current law. So again, factoring in everything for the lowest and highest income decibels in selected years. So this is 2027 to 2023. These are the poorest people. They will get poorer. And from 2027 to 2033, the highest decile, the richest people, will get richer. What do you know? It's the weirdest thing. Oh, see, Maggot, it's easier sometimes. I know numbers are hard, but you can see it here in this lovely picture. You don't even need to be able to read. Do you see? You're being robbed. Now, let's move on to, I was going to recommend an article, but it's not that great anyways. Now, let's move on to some of these clips that have been going on all night. Oh, am I going to have to, is this the clip? Okay, maybe I don't have all. Sorry, I have been, like I said, I've been watching congressional hearings all night, so we'll get there, I promise. This is Kathleen Clark. She's the minority whip, if you don't know, of the Democratic Party. Is the whip the third, I think third highest, right? She's number 3. I think the whip is the third ranking member in the Democratic Party. Anyways, Kathleen Clark has been up all night long screaming about women's reproductive health care. And I have like different. Oh yeah, I have different versions of this. I think I have a longer version. So I'll probably play both. Or actually, I'm just going to find the longer one because I just remembered I have a better version. Let me get it. Because when we talk about what women are about to face, which we already are facing, right? Women are unaliving at higher rates every day. Maternal mortality is skyrocketing, especially in maternal health deserts and in red states where ABs have been banned. Right? Women are no longer with us as a result of that. Thank you. Oh, by the way, Johnny Longtrail, you're the best. Thanks for hanging out with me on YouTube. And thank you for the super sticker. Hi to you too. Oh, puzzle piece. Perfect timing. Okay. Again, this is Kathleen Clark, and I think this includes all of that clip I was going to show and more.
And at the end of the day, it is denial of health care for women in this country. And at the same time, we have a White House lamenting, why aren't women having children? Maybe we'll give them $5,000. If you don't have a safe place to have a child, if you cannot guarantee that you will survive, have the medical attention that you will need, and if you're able to have that child, that child will be able to access health care, that you'll be able to find affordable quality child care near where you go to work, that you will be able to have the fundamentals of a housing to be able to put a life together. A recent study showed the majority of families in this country, 60% of families, cannot afford the basics. And what they're saying in this, and what makes it so pernicious, is this has no place in a reconciliation bill. This is ideology. And this is policy. And this is saying we don't like abortion providers, and it's not enough to outlaw them in our own states, to deny that care in those states. If there is an affiliate or a subsidiary in any state, then we will shut down the clinic that is not providing abortion care, but is providing this critical primary care for women. That doesn't belong in this bill either, and it is part of the pattern and the theme of this bill, that the American family is put last, and we are making the winner's circle so very small, and it doesn't include women in this country, it doesn't include working families, it doesn't include seniors and veterans, and the 99.9% of people who get up and work hard every single day and want to have a future for their children, a place in this economy, want their small business to survive this tariff regime, want to be able to put a life together that has hope. And instead, we're offering them ideology wrapped up as health care.
You know that paper
it is a cruelty and it is a shame. And that is why we have seen the Democratic caucus and the American people united against this.
Again, no, I will not have sex with you, men. Don't ask. You can look. You will never touch because you are gross. And I mean this, and I mean like even good men who, I get it. You vote, you're voting. You're like, hey, I'm liberal, whatever. No, like sometimes I picture and I talk about this sometimes and I think like about J6, and I think about if this was men, if it was like, hey, no more Viagra, or if men lost their bodily autonomy, whatever. Think about the protests. I guess the closest line of logic I could draw would be like the draft, right? The Vietnam draft. That was a loss of bodily autonomy because whether you want, unless you were Captain Bone Spurs, not for the rich, but the poor people were conscripted into the military during the Vietnam War, and I would say that's a good like kind of parallel to draw of a loss of bodily autonomy, right? And Think about the protests around that. The energy, like men, if keep that same energy when it's not you. Just like, and I said this to a gentleman I was debating. God, just bless his heart. He's like, oh, my son-in-law told me that Afrikaners are being G-sided in South Africa. And I was like, well, that's not true. Turned out this nice gentleman worked at Walmart. I explained to him Walmart's robbing him. And he's like, well, prices are going down. And I was like, sir, that's not true either. I almost feel bad for men, but then I just picture, like, what would the energy be like if your bodily autonomy was being taken? And for not even just the draft, which that's wrong, but like in another way, like if it was like you can't have access to, oh, I've got one, T-gel, all you Joe Rogan bros, you guys are all like, oh, I don't feel quite like a man in my mid-30s. I have all this back fat and love handles, and I just need some testosterone so I can feel like a man. What if you, just similar to, I don't know, the trans community, medication that is so readily available to you as men, as white males, you can just call someone on the phone, get a 5-minute appointment and get it. It was then denied to you or something, whatever, Viagra, whatever. What if you could no longer make decisions about in concert with a doctor about what was best for your body? You guys would be doing a J6. I know you would. And I feel like we're at a place in America where it's just like accepted that women don't have the same rights. And again, when I say bodily autonomy, I just want to give a simple definition. It's just, hey, I'm in charge of this body and I get to make decisions about my body without fear of coercion or violence. That's all bodily autonomy is. It's just, hey, I'm in charge of this and I get to make decisions about my body. And here's the best part about bodily autonomy. If you logically as a man say, yeah, that's good, I want bodily autonomy, which you all very clearly do and demand, then you have to extend it to your female counterparts or you're a hypocrite or your line of logic has collapsed. Period. It's not, oh, but in this situation, I'd like to control women's bodies, or I'd like to be in the doctor's office with them. That is not how it works, right? As long as my body, I'm in charge of my body, this brain is making decisions for this body, right? As soon as I grant fetuses bodily autonomy as well, as soon as they can survive outside of my body, they don't need to be attached to me for oxygen, for blood, for food, for whatever. As soon as they can live autonomously, they also were granted bodily autonomy. As long as you're a part of this body and you need to be to survive, then I am going to make decisions, right? Just like if I cause a car accident and almost unalive a man and he needs a kidney, can I be forced to give him one of my kidneys? Even if I have one to give? No, I have to what? Consent. I have to consent. You cannot take my resources without my consent. Period. Just like I can't just say, well, I was in an accident, it's that guy's fault, so he owes me a kidney. No, you have to consent. Or you can't hook me up and demand I give someone a blood transfusion so they survive. I have to consent. That's what bodily autonomy is about, is I get to decide what I consent to happening to my body without fear of coercion or violence. There is no logical argument around bodily autonomy. If there's an and or a but, nope. You are then just a hypocrite. If you would like to enjoy bodily autonomy, which I think that's fair and we all do, then you have to extend it to everyone else. And furthermore, like if you're states' rights, brother, let's get rid of the federal government. I don't want the government in my doctor's office. I agree. That's great news. I agree. If you don't want to be a hypocrite, if you don't want the federal government making decisions for you, extend that same line of logic to women as well. We are more than capable of making decisions with doctors. I always hear people say, oh, but there's exceptions for grape or for incest. No, there's not. We can't get anyone to believe we were raped. 1 in 3 women are SA'd in this country, by the way. 1 in 3. And multiple times. Like, I mean, I can only speak for myself. It's like, which time you referring to? 1 in 3. And we have millions of unprocessed grape kits. We can't convince the police we were graped. To the point where we've stopped even going to the police. There are no exceptions. The exceptions are particularly vague. In fact, the exceptions are why women are unaliving. I invite anyone, ProPublica is tracking the rise of the maternal mortality rate in red states, particularly in Texas and the maternal health desert in the South, right? People are being denied DNCs, which is an AB, right? Dilation and curettage, that's what an AB is. It's what you need when you have an infection in your uterus to survive. The sepsis rates, which is an infection in your blood, are rising as a result of doctors not being able to give women the care they need, all because you guys think you're doing something. And guess what? Birth rates are plummeting. Because this is not the answer. You think I'm going to have a baby for you? Are you nuts? You guys have lost your minds. Like, men have truly lost their minds. The answer is no. Don't even think about it. Okay, I'll just start this up. This is sad because, like, I want us to be able to have a good time during this live, but this is the funniest thing I have, and it's not funny. Like, I was like probably at like 3 a.m. You know, again, no one's been to sleep. They've been debating this bill on Capitol Hill all night long because the Republicans didn't want anyone to find out about the $500 billion in Medicare cuts during the day because it would have been reported in the news cycle. So, well, God, I'm gonna get her name's Teresa. I feel like Lisa Fernandez or something. She's a representative. I actually, after watching this congressional hearing all night, I love her. She was amazing. But Jason Smith, first of all, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to get into it. But if you don't know who Representative Jason Smith is, he's the chair of the Ways and Means Committee. It is very ironic that he is a conservative. Maybe just look into who he is because it's ridiculous. But I'm not going to say it, but everyone, if you have any idea who Jason Smith is, it's very ironic that man is a Republican. Very ironic. Anyways, so she was telling Jason Smith, like, why don't you read where these tax cuts are coming from? Picture it. $500 billion is going to be stolen from Medicare. $800 million is being stolen from Medicaid. Or, I mean, sorry, it's billion, right? I feel like I just said that the wrong way. Think about all these. Yeah, sorry. I don't know. I said million the first. Sorry. Like I said, I've been up all night watching congressional hearings. So if I misspeak, just correct me and then I'll correct myself. I appreciate you guys. So no, he's not Mormon. It's the worst thing you could be if you are a Mormon. Just according to Capitol Hill blogs, whatever. Anyways, no, he's not a Mormon. Just listen to just find a clip of Jason Smith. Oh yeah, I've got I have many Jasmine Crockett clips to go through. Sorry, someone asked if I have a lot of Jasmine Crockett clips. We'll see. But again, this is where tax cuts are coming from, right? Rich people, for some weird reason, get all these weird things while we're losing Medicare. We're being stolen. Our Medicare is being stolen from.
Would you please, so that the American public knows what this bill does, one of the little things that it does, would you please read page 901, line 20?
I think it'd be better if you read it.
Oh, he doesn't want to read it. I'll read it.
I know the
actually,
Ranking
Member Moore, Ranking Member Moore
here, so you
it was a question if you would read it, so I'll ask Ranking Member Moore to read the text. This is in their bill. They don't want to read a line from their own bill. Ranking Member.
I don't want to read the bill for you. I'll help you out. I am
pretty sassy, Jason.
I am testifying about this legislation. I'm not going to read the bill to you.
That is the chair, the Republican chair, Representative Jason Smith. That's Jason Smith, the guy I was saying. That's the chair of the Ways and Means Committee. He's the one that orchestrated us all being robbed.
Okay, I am This is amazing.
Ms. Lager Fernandez, shall I pass this back or shall I read it for you?
Why don't you just read it?
I am a member of this committee. I am the ranking vice chair of the committee. It says Section 111106, repeal of excise tax on indoor tanning services.
So they're going to repeal, they're repealing an excise tax on tanning beds. They're repealing a tax on silencers. At the same, so they're going to, okay, so if you have a tanning bed, you get a little bit of a tax break. And if you need a hospital bed in rural America, I'm sorry, you're out of luck.
I mean, truly. And actually, let me play this clip because I think that it's complimentary. And now I'm remembering.
I'm offering an additional amendment that strikes a provision that would defund Planned Parenthood. Speaker Johnson recently said about this provision, it is about going after, quote, big abortion. But he knows better than that. We all know the federal government doesn't pay for abortion care. We all know Republicans have already decimated access to safe abortions in this country. So what does this provision actually do? It further defunds women's health care.
I am reminded, and I've been sharing lately, a story that I didn't used to talk about because it was so hard, about how when I was pregnant,
now than computers.
I almost bled to death. And I remember lying on that hospital surgery piece of metal. And they didn't put me to sleep because we were trying to save the baby. And they were screaming, we're going to lose her, we're going to lose her, we're going to lose her. Those doctors could concentrate on saving my life. They did not have to worry about whether they were going to be criminally charged or whether they were going to have to shut down their practice because they were working on a complicated pregnancy. And now we know across the country, in rural areas especially, we are losing our OBGYN care.
I'm offering an additional amendment.
Truly. But don't worry that if you own a tanning bed, there won't be an excise tax on that. That's the BS that rich people have asked for and lobbied for in this bill in lieu of, again, hear me when I say OBGYNs have left red states because of the laws around AB care. OBGYNs deliver babies, right? 40% of babies are delivered and their deliveries are paid for by Medicaid. This is all going away. Medicaid's expansion is going away. The maternal health deserts that are already the giant one in the South that stretches from Texas to Florida, that is devastating lives. It's only getting worse. Hospitals are closing. There's one rep, and I hope we get to this clip, where there's 4 hospitals that are going to close in one Republican's district. Do you think that they care enough to do something for the people that sent them to Congress, or is he just going to bend over for the man in terrible makeup, Donald Trump? I'll give you one clue. Thank you so much for the gifts. Sorry. Super depressing. Thank you. I know they don't care. 4 hospitals. This is representative democracy. We directly elect representatives to represent us. There's a Republican rep who's going to have 4 hospitals closed in their district. And in a way, and again, I'm not saying that I'm not holding MAGA accountable for being clueless, not being able to read or do basic math, because it is your job to, and especially if you have dependents, this is my thing, especially as a teacher, children are our future. If you have a child, it's your job to know how to protect them. You need to make this your business, right? Children are the only thing that matter. You are making it harder for your children to have a future. You're driving them into debt they will never get out of. You're making healthcare less available. You are making your own children suffer. Conservatives, Because why? Because you're in a cult? And believe me, like, I am fascinated by cognitive dissonance and cults. I watched tons of documentaries on it. Yeah, like, that's the thing. So many children are harmed while their parents are in cognitive dissonance, and they're not going to forgive you. Just know that. I mean, well, maybe they will. But that's not usually the way this goes. While you are just ignorantly refusing to face basic math, that you're being robbed, that your child's future's over, that there's not going to be health care, all of these things that you refuse to just acknowledge, that you could do basic calculations and figure out and do what's right for the future of your child. I mean, let's just hope they're super understanding. I wouldn't be. Oh, wait, hold on. I want to remember what this is really quick. Oh, yeah. God, you guys know how I feel about the gentleman from Massachusetts. He's the ranking member of the Rules Committee. Absolutely. He was amazing all night long. Jim McGovern, I think he probably got to take a nap around like 6 a.m. But Jim McGovern was pissed. I've seen Jim McGovern do this before, like stay up and just scream at people in the Rules Committee all night. It comes to mind when they were going to impeach Mayorkas and like what they were doing in the Rules Committee. But that was another great moment for Jim McGovern. But Jim McGovern is my effing hero.
You're slashing benefits from children, from seniors living on fixed incomes, from veterans who served this country and now rely on food assistance just to get by. And why? And why? So that the top 0.1%, people making over $3.5 million a year, can pocket $314,000 a year in new tax giveaways. I mean, you are literally taking food off kids' plates to buy Elon Musk another yacht. I guess he's getting a good return on his campaign donations, but I just find this whole thing disgusting. And look, at the end of the day, this is simple. It is simple. It's about whose side you're on. You guys wrote this bill for the top 0.1%. You wrote it for the billion-dollar corporations who offshore jobs and dodge taxes. You wrote it for the big oil and big pharma CEOs who rip people off. You wrote it for the rich and famous, for the people who never, ever have to worry about where their next meal is coming from or how to take care of their elderly parents. So you guys picked a side, okay? You picked the billionaires. I get it. You want to betray the people who voted for you. You want to sell them out because Trump told you to. But guess what? Democrats are picking a side too. And we are siding with the vast, vast, vast majority of Americans who you are going to screw over with this bill. We are siding with the 14 million parents and grandparents who are going to get kicked off health care if this monstrosity passes. We're siding with struggling families who are already having a hard time buying groceries, and the farmers whose incomes will drop because you're gutting the nutrition programs that create demand for the food that they grow, and the rural grocery stores that they support, and the nurses who will lose their jobs when you start closing down rural hospitals. That's who we're siding with, and that's who we choose to fight for. Now, I've seen a lot in my time in Congress. I've seen my fair share of bad bills, but this takes the cake. This is not policy. This is theft. It is a direct transfer of wealth from the working and middle class to the ultra wealthy, and it's being done on purpose and under the cover of night.
And I'm going to just try to say this, and we're going to get many, many more examples of this as time goes on, but this is the conversation. And I think as Americans, as we sort of wade through this S show and figure out how do we come together to combat the people who are now robbing us and who have consolidated all the wealth at the top of the economy, is just understand, MAGA, like that feeling you have when you're like, someone's stealing from me, like this system is broken, something's wrong, that feeling that made you cheer on the J6ers, that feeling is not wrong. Right? You're right about that feeling. Someone is stealing from you. You're just wrong about who it is. Period. I promise you. Brown people don't have your money. Undocumented immigrants aren't taking anything from you. Undocumented immigrants are exploited laborers, just like we're exploited laborers. We are all being exploited by the same people. You can spin your wheels and think, but Trump said these people have my money. They don't. You're wrong. Mathematically, you're just simply not right. I get it. You're just like, well, it's easier to punch down than punch up, right? And I hear this and I have these conversations with MAGA, like, if we tax the rich, they'll take their companies away. No, they won't. This is the largest marketplace in the world set up by conservative rich people, right? They set up globalism to exploit slave labor in other countries, to steal minerals out from under indigenous people's feet in third world countries. This is the system they set up. The United States is the marketplace in capitalism. They are not going anywhere. They don't have a choice. This is how they set up the global trade system to work, with trade triads, and all roads lead to the United States marketplace. This is where people bring their wares to sell. You have to get a little brave and understand, while it seems easier, oh yeah, we're sticking it to poor people that have nothing that came here to pick crops. Like that, you've got to start recognizing that's not where your money is. No matter how many times you think, yeah, like we'll show those brown people, they don't have your money. And I know it's scary. It's like, what's going to happen if we demand accountability? If we demand rich people pay their fair share? Nothing. They're going to pay their fair share. Nothing's going to happen. Or it might. But listen, we have nothing to lose at this point. This is the single largest transfer of wealth in a bill in U.S. history. That's what's happening. And it's a foregone conclusion. Understand that. The Republicans will fold. We are going to be robbed. And now we know it will trigger minimum of $490 billion in Medicare cuts. They're stealing our Medicare. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. Every single thing Donald Trump said he wouldn't do, he has done. He has lied to you. And it's time to hold people accountable. You can do it. We're going to help you. You can stand behind us. We just need you to recognize what's going on. And I like that. Oh, great. I almost forgot for a second. Meeks Miller. What's her name? Is it Kathy Meeks Miller? I always forget her first name. Representative Meeks Miller, who's a giant coward. Social Security works. Like I said, they were protesting outside of Capitol Hill all night long. They were like in Capitol Hill, chasing around Congress people who are trying to hide. Watch Kathy Meeks Miller. Oh, Marianne. Where the hell did I get Kathy? Sorry, been up all night. Get Marianne Meeks Miller. Thank you. See, I don't even have to know people's names.
Congresswoman, I was wondering if you would just talk to us on your way over to the conference meeting.
No.
Last time you spoke with us, you lied to our face and said that you weren't going to vote for Medicaid cuts. But then you've actually voted for the largest cuts to Medicaid in the history of the country. Do you have any comments on that? Do you have any comment on the 4 hospitals in your district that are going to close because of your vote? Representative Miller Meeks, I'm wondering if you have any comment on the health care that 67,000 people in your district are going to lose? Does it concern you that you only won by 800 votes?
Only won by 800 votes. Let's see. Born in 1955, 69 years old. Same age as my dad. Wait, what are we here? Taylor. Wait. Oh, those are her kids' names. I was like, Taylor? Who the hell is Taylor? What district? Where am I? Iowa, 2nd district. Wait. Is that her? Oh, those were previous offices. What's her current district? Previous, she was in District 2. Then she was a member. Is she in District? It says 21 to 20. What district is she in now? Where? Can someone tell me what district this woman's in? I do think it's important we know. Oh, here we go. No, that's what? Is this her current district? No, it just says 2020. Why do I keep seeing 2021 to 2023? I just want to is she still in the same district she was in 2023? Yeah, it seems Iowa. It seems Iowa House District 2. Is she in 1 now? Is that why I can't figure out what district she's in? She's in District 1. Okay, so she moved 1 district over. That's not uncommon. So she was in 2 from 2021 to 2023. Now she's in one, and I don't know. It just lists previous offices, not her current. Thank you. I knew someone, if I just struggled long enough, someone would look it up for me. That's that's me doing like an impression of all of your husbands. Weaponized incompetence. Like I kind of know how to load the dishwasher. If I just act confused long enough, someone will just do it for me. Sorry, I don't do that often, but I did try to find the information. I couldn't find it. Okay. I talk about Joe Neguse all the time. He is like the gentleman from Massachusetts, Representative Jim McGovern, who you guys know how much I love Jim McGovern. He's amazing. Joe Neguse is like Jim McGovern's number two. He's like the heir apparent. And when I say that Joe Neguse has a brain that is just, I mean, he runs people into the ground like they don't even want to fight. I don't know if anyone remembers when I was showing clips of like when the Judiciary Committee and the Oversight and Accountability Committee, they were fighting over the reconciliation bill and Democrats were introducing amendments, and Joe Neguse basically asked like anybody to debate him, and nobody Republicans sat in silence for like 3 minutes in lieu of having to confront him because he's that smart. Like, this man is a literal genius. He's in the district next to Bobo, or was. Like, she was in the third. I think now she's in the fourth. I think he's in the second district of Colorado. This man is a genius. This was this morning, and we'll get into more clips of last night, but I just love when he does this. He got Jim Jordan so confused that Jim Jordan had, while testifying in front of the Rules Committee, that Jim Jordan's like had to talk to lawyers. Because again, why is that funny? Jim Jordan is the chair of the Judiciary Committee. Now, I've talked about this a lot because, you know, it's the athlete in me. Congress is my new like Division I sports. I always tell people, stop watching sports, watch Congress. It's much more interesting. So Judiciary is like the big boy committee, you know, like you start out on oversight and accountability, and the Judiciary Committee is like mainly actual lawyers, like people who have done litigation, have a lot of experience. They're highly, highly intelligent. Jasmine Crockett, like, is one of the only people that sits on the Judiciary and the oversight and accountability. Jim Jordan is the chair. Jim Jordan went to law school, but never passed the bar. And so it's fascinating to watch him try to be the chair of the Judiciary Committee when he doesn't understand the law, and he's dealing with a lot of very intelligent people who run him over. So again, watch Joe Neguse. This is like, I don't know, like 4 a.m. this morning. Jim Jordan, your brain does not work. Don't try.
We'll walk through it together here. A constituent in Ohio who believes that their information was improperly released by the IRS. I remember you've served on the Judiciary Committee for many years. Hold on.
We're talking about in the context of immigration cases.
This is all cases. This is not immigration cases. The plain language of this statute that you have written applies to every conceivable case brought in a federal court, period.
I just want to tell you, I just want to give context why this is important. I mean, I could watch Jim Jordan be humiliated. You know, I don't need context around that. It's always entertaining. But in addition to us all being robbed and stolen from, and $500 billion of Medicare being stolen from us, this reconciliation bill has all sorts of poison pills in it that take away our rights as American citizens. And that's what Joe Neguse is doing. He's like, you wrote this. This is the way it's written. It's going to take rights away from Americans, right? So that's the other thing. It's not just about us being robbed and our children's financial futures being over. It's actually more about, and in addition, all this weird that just gives Trump more and more power to establish authoritarian control of what used to be, you know, the democracy, a democratic republic. Well, it was at one point, not so much anymore.
IRS case.
Oh, and thank you so much. Keep tapping the screen. If you like all this research I've done, please support me. This is my Cash App and Venmo. It's just like my account name, A Girl Has No Name. Please follow me as well, whether you're on TikTok, watching on YouTube, Twitch, X, wherever you're watching from. In my link tree, you can follow me on all platforms. Please do. And I appreciate the support. Also, if you want to subscribe or buy anyone else subscriptions, yellow star in bottom left-hand corner is how you subscribe. Appreciate it.
Patent cases, immigration cases. If you have a constituent that sues the ATF, this provision applies to them. This is the point. And you can visit with your lawyers and maybe they can provide you with the clarity, but it is unquestionably the case that this provision applies to every plaintiff.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
correct. I think we're on the same page now.
The judge can set the security at whatever level he wants. What's typically happened in these cases is he just waving it. No one's putting it up, and they're getting this injunction that applies nationwide,
correct.
Which is the concern.
I hear you.
Are you okay with the nationwide injunction?
I hear you.
In this reconciliation bill that's supposed to be about the budget, what Jim Jordan is trying to do is disempower the federal judiciary. He's trying to take power, whose job, mind you, which we know, MAGA, you can't read, so I forgive you. I do suggest you start reading before you end up in El Salvador. But the only job of the federal judiciary is to limit the power of the executive branch, to interpret the law and the limits of the power of the executive branch. That's their job. And they're not just robbing us. They're like, let's disempower the checks and balances of a democratic republic.
One single federal judge?
We'll get to that part, Mr. Jordan. Let's complete the analysis on this piece, because to your point, as you said, this particular provision doesn't require a specific amount of security. It's essentially saying to the federal court, it has to require some security. And my point is that this is a deep deviation from existing federal law. This has never been the case. We've never said to constituents, hold on, Mr. Jordan, I'll finish then I'll give you the chance to respond. We've never said to American citizens and constituents that in order to vindicate their rights in federal court, they're going to be required to provide a security when their constitutional rights have been violated by their government. And I find it astounding. I'm not sure that many of your colleagues understand the full import of this. They will by the time this gets to the floor. I imagine there will be a lot of limited government advocates who will find deep reasons to be concerned about this type of provision, because as you could imagine, it will preclude folks from being able to vindicate their constitutional rights. Now, I would also say the way that you have written it, as you've noted, it's retroactive, right? So this applies to any...
I just want to say the situation we're trying to address.
You're saying he can go back and punish past cases. Like, do you understand what retroactive means? It doesn't mean from here forward. It means this is some loophole Trump's looking to get to punish people.
This is what's been happening around the country.
You didn't write it that way.
As you know, a single federal judge gets cases brought to the judge. They waive the security and then issue a decision that applies nationwide to all immigrants who are in that situation.
Why didn't you put nationwide in this language?
Well, we can look at the language. I mean,
it's 6 a.m. You're voting on this thing in like 10 hours. What are we talking about?
This is a S show, and it continues.
Immigrants who are in that
Why didn't you put nationwide in this language?
Well, we can look at the language. I mean,
it's 6 a.m. You're voting on this thing in like 10 hours. What are we talking about? We've had weeks. You could have put nationwide in here. That's not what it says. This applies to every one of America's 330 million.
I mean, it's basically they're doing an authoritarian takeover, slipping in these poison pills that take away rights from American citizens. And then this is being pointed out, and it's like, oh, I don't know. Of course you don't know, or you do know, which is even worse, whichever one it is. Oh, this is the clip we listened to, the Catherine Clark clip. Okay, here's another example, which I have a few. This is Hakeem Jeffries. Like, I think this was around like 5 a.m. Oh no. Sorry, some of my clips, I have it, I just need to go. Oh no, now I'm remembering. I do have it. I don't even need to leave.
Current law, undocumented immigrants are already ineligible for Medicaid, the ACA exchanges, and for SNAP benefits. Not a single undocumented immigrant in this country gets a dime in federal taxpayer dollars for any part of comprehensive Medicaid coverage. Not one.
No, you're like, why does he need to say that? We know that. No, MAGA doesn't know that. Trump has MAGA believing that the reason that we're all being stolen from, which will disproportionately affect MAGA voters in red states, is because the Medicaid they're cutting is undocumented immigrants. No, it's not.
And so when we're talking about nearly 14 million people who are going to be thrown off their health insurance, millions of others who are going to be jammed up by this aggressive cut to SNAP, the largest cut to food assistance in American history, we're talking about American children. We're talking about everyday Americans. We're talking about Americans with disabilities. And when it comes to nutritional assistance, we're talking about veterans who have served this country, sacrificed, risked it all. And they're going to lose access to the food assistance they need to live a life of dignity and respect. Those are the facts. That's why we're fighting hard to stop this GOP tax scam that will hurt everyday Americans.
I know, and people are saying they know, they don't care. I mean, I believe Republicans in Congress know and don't care. I think that by percentage of the 14 million people who are going to be kicked off Medicaid, I mean, mathematically, I think there are a lot of people that voted for Trump that don't understand it's them. I think that they are very delusional and have no idea. So I do think, I mean, that's why I'm, bless their hearts, I do think there are people who are going to be blindsided by this. Truly. Oh man, Jim McGovern had so many great moments all night long. It's so sad. I'm acting like I had like sex all night. Like the best time of my life is watching congressional hearings where nobody's sleeping. Jim McGovern was great.
This is not a governing philosophy. It is a scam. It is a scam. A scam. And I wasn't sent here to vote for trash like this. For the life of me, I cannot understand why you were doing this. Why the hell did you choose a career of public service just to do this? Just to rip away the health care and food assistance and security of working and middle-class Americans? Is that really what you came here to do? I don't understand this. I don't understand the cruelty. And let me
I do. It's the best is when these people have to stay up all night because, around like 3 a.m., everyone just lost their minds. It's like, I'll show you. Ralph Norman's asleep. Like, I mean, this was the absolute, people are just screaming at each other. Angie, this is that's Lisa Fernandez, but no, not the person you're looking at, but this is Angie Craig calling out, a representative from Georgia. I'm just making sure I get it right, which I can't remember. I'm trying to remember what the acronym of this PAC is, also this nonprofit, but they're great. This is a good account to follow for information on how we're all being robbed. Oh, Center for American Progress. I knew it was going to come to me. CAP. Center for American Progress. Follow them if you don't follow that account.
What's interesting, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, is that my colleague across the room here, 23% of folks, all households in his congressional district, have access to the SNAP program in our country. One of the highest rates in this room, and he is seeking to cut that program by $300 billion. And back to work. Work is good. And matching the program, you're talking about sending single mothers and fathers to work almost 20 hours a week when their child turns 7 years old. If we were here to talk about work, we would be talking about trade skills, technical programs. We would be talking about ways in which to help people get out of low-wage jobs in our country. We'd be talking about raising the minimum.
Well, you know, when you're doing a good job, when like the black woman sitting behind you is like, yeah, you tell them, like, watch her. She's like, good point. It's like, that's how you know if you're doing a good job.
Wage jobs in our country. We'd be talking about raising the minimum wage in our country to help them get out of poverty. But we're not. We're here talking about cutting their health care, cutting their SNAP benefits. We're talking about items that are going to absolutely decimate rural communities like Mr. Scott's across the room here. And it's just stunning to me.
I want to just try, and Mag, I'm going to be as nice as possible, but like, as you can see, as we're all trapped in the same sinking life raft, you guys continue to stab holes in it ignorantly, and we're all slipping under the water together. Forgive me if I've lost patience and I have to speak a little frankly. I just want to try to help. I used to be a second grade teacher. I've taken a lot of early childhood education classes, and here's an example. What we know is, one of the things being cut, Head Start programs. We know that the lifetime earning potential of a child goes up by hundreds of thousands of dollars if they have access to pre-K education. I don't know if you understand how serious this is, but when we don't invest, and I want to say this because like this is, and I'm not, this is not an indictment on you, MAGA. I'm just saying like, let me give you an example of me in therapy. It's like my therapist, I go to therapy twice a week, working on myself, doing great. My therapist always says like, Felice, you need to think about not what you would do for yourself. Cause we don't, you know, MAGA, you guys were all raised in authoritarian abusive households like me. So you don't love yourself enough, right? Like you don't believe you deserve good. So don't think about yourself. Think about what you want for your child, right? That's my advice. Because when you're raised by authoritarian abusers, you don't believe you deserve things. You're always thinking, yeah, I don't deserve things. I need to work harder. But what does your child deserve? By limiting access to pre-K education, something that small, you're limiting a child's earning potential. Now, let's say you don't give an F about that child because it's not your child. That's something I'm seeing with Republicans, a general lack of empathy for the most. Children are who are going to pay into your retirement, right? We need our children to succeed because it's their earnings, that economic growth that's going to support us retiring. So it's very important that we set them up to win. And literally something as small as them not having access to pre-K education it stunts their earning potential. And what you're doing is, if we don't invest early and often, let's say when you're an educator, you think about it, dollars per child, right? If we don't invest early then when they're children, they will be dependent on the system for the rest of their lives. So that's where the disconnect is, MAGA. Like, you're just like, not my tax dollars. No, by investing in children, which we can all agree that's our future, children deserve the best. When we invest in them early and often, they become higher earners. The lifetime earning potential skyrockets. And these are the people who are going to support our retirement. Oh, I love that. Who said that? Jiffy, binary thinking. If their kids can't win, if others don't lose. Exactly. Like my therapist would love you for saying that. Binary thinking is dangerous, and a better way, because I know binary, MAGA, that's a hard word. Don't worry. I'll explain it more simply. Black and white thinking is very dangerous. It's this or it's that. It's me. It's either someone's taking from me or I take from them, right? There's a piece of the pie and I need the biggest slice or I'm losing. That's more than one thing can be true at once, right? We have to get away from black and white thinking. Black and white thinking is very dangerous, especially when we're all being robbed. We are making a very necessary investment in children's future. In our children's future, because they will support our retirement. You have to recognize that and MAGA, I want to just explain this because I was trying to explain this. I've realized it's really hard for me to get this out when I'm debating 19-year-old idiots, but I just want to explain the Department of Education. I know Trump told you that it has to do with curriculum and we're indoctrinating children. None of that is true. Curriculum is set state by state, which is idiotic because that means some children in certain states are going to have access to a better education than others. We should probably make curriculum uniform, but actually, when you have people like Trump in charge, it makes that look a little scary too. But listen when I say this, the only role of the Department of Education is to create equity. What do I mean by that? The way public education is funded, it is an extension of Jim Crow laws, which were meant to sort of keep Black people poor and uneducated. But it's not just, I want to get away from talking about race and gender. And because I could make the argument, yeah, the wage gap disproportionately affects Black women the most and Black people and women. But that's not what it's about, because MAGA, you're being robbed too, right? That's what you need to know, is that the only thing the Department of Education does is try to create some equity. Unless you are in the 1%, unless you're making a lot of money a year, right? Public education is funded from property taxes. That's why, like in Arizona, you'll see some high schools that look like an airport. A new airport was just, it looks like a space station was built. Yeah, that's what rich people's property taxes can buy you. And they can buy the best teachers and the best education and new books and new resources and all sorts of things. But if you don't live in those areas, right? And property taxes are lower. That's why some schools, you're like, why does that school look like a strong wind is going to blow it over? And the only thing the Department of Education is doing is creating equity, which is fairness, right? It's saying, oh, these areas with lower property taxes, obviously there's fewer dollars per kid. Let's try to supplement that. There's grant money here that can be applied for, so we can give people in lower income areas with lower property taxes, those children will have a chance too. If you need IEPs, specialized education, children like myself, if you're neurodivergent, right? And you need some extra time, whatever, that's exactly what the Department of Education does. If you can't afford, again, don't think about yourself, because you've been shamed into believing you're a failure who doesn't deserve everything, and you need to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Don't think about you. Picture what your child deserves. If you don't have one, picture if you did what you would want for them. If you can't, it's not your fault. You can't pay for your child to go to university. It's not your fault. This economy does not allow for that, right? The Department of Education gives out federal grants, Pell Grants, to allow children to get to university, to receive secondary education. All the Department of Education ever did was create equity for people with less, including you, MAGA. Not nothing, but just said, hey, we need to attempt to create some equity. Very clearly, Jim Crow laws are making the public education system inequitable. Let's try to balance that out. That's all they were ever doing. And you are losing out by destroying the Department of Education. I know you don't care about yourself, but your children are. Period. And school vouchers, I talk about it all the time. They don't go to poor children. School vouchers are money follows the child. Tax dollars that would fund public education are being taken out of public school. Children who are already not in public school, right? 97% of vouchers in public school are used by, or in Arizona, are used by upper middle class white children. Why? Because school vouchers don't pay for a private school. They don't pay all the tuition. They don't give you a ride. There's no school bus. We're a private school in rich areas, far away. If you don't have a ride, if your parents can't pay for you to get in an Uber, if there's additional tuition that is owed on top, there's all these reasons. School vouchers don't help people that aren't already affluent, right? And even on top of that, let's say somehow you do have a ride for your child, you can make up the extra tuition, you don't have to be let in to private school. That's the problem with school vouchers. You could still just be denied entrance. And look this up. ProPublica, amazing investigative journalists. A lot of them came for, have won Pulitzer Prizes and things. Look this up. School vouchers are being used in the South to discriminate on the basis of race, religion, and all sorts of things. Even if you have a school voucher for 5,000 to 7,000 or whatever, 8, depending on the state, however much. What if you can't use it because you can't get in? Period. That's the reality. You have to think about what's going on. You've been lied to about what the Department of Education does. Nothing to do with curriculum. Not a GD thing.
You're slashing benefits from children, from seniors living on fixed incomes, from veterans who served this country and now rely on food assistance just to get by. And why? And why? So that the top 0.1%, people making over $3.5 million a year, can pocket $314,000 a year in new tax giveaways. I mean, you are literally taking food off kids' plates to buy Elon Musk another yacht. I guess he's getting a good return on his campaign donations, but I just find this whole thing disgusting. And look, at the end of the day, this is simple. It is simple. It's about whose side you're on. You guys wrote this bill for the top 0.1%. You wrote it for the billion-dollar corporations who offshore jobs and dodge taxes. You wrote it for the big oil and big pharma CEOs who rip people off. You wrote it for the rich and famous, for the people who never, ever have to worry about where their next meal is coming from or how to take care of their elderly parents. So you guys picked a side, okay? You picked the billionaires. I get it. You want to betray the people who voted for you. You want to sell them out because Trump told you to. But guess what? Democrats are picking a side too. And we are siding with the vast, vast, vast majority of Americans who you are going to screw over with this bill. We are siding with the 14 million parents and grandparents who are going to get kicked off health care if this monstrosity passes. We're siding with struggling families who are already having a hard time buying groceries, and the farmers whose incomes will drop because you're gutting the nutrition programs that create demand for the food that they grow, and the rural grocery stores that they support, and the nurses who will lose their jobs when you start closing down rural hospitals. That's who we're siding with, and that's who we choose to fight for. Now, I've seen a lot in my time in Congress. I've seen my fair share of bad bills, but this takes the cake. This is not policy. This is theft. It is a direct transfer of wealth from the working and middle class to the ultra wealthy, and it's being done on purpose and under the cover of night.
Amen, Jim. Tell the people. So many people were up all night last night. This is Nanette Barragan, who I never actually heard her speak, and you'll hear her speak. She's pretty fierce. Is right. This is GOP tax scam bill is trash. House Republicans so embarrassed by their own garbage policies that they're holding a hearing in the dead of night. It's so true. I mean, I don't even think they're embarrassed. I think they just don't want the grief, right? If we do this in the middle of the night, no one's going to know. MAGA can't read anyways. That's why Donald Trump said, if I run for president, I'll run Republican. I mean, he said why? Because you guys have no idea what's going on and you're easier to dupe. At what point, we're all drowning together in a life raft. At what point are you going to wake up and fight for your children? Because I get it. I came from an authoritarian household filled with shame where you don't value yourself. Okay, you don't value yourself, but value your family around you, value your children, value their future. If you can't do it for yourself, if you don't believe you deserve anything for some reason, don't do it for yourself. Do it for your children who deserve the world. Oh, Jim McGovern was so amazing yesterday. Keep tapping the screen.
Is that really what you came here to do? I don't understand this. I don't understand the cruelty. And let me say this to every Republican member who votes for this. You own it. You own it. You own every hospital that closes, every child that goes to bed hungry, every senior who loses care, and every American family forced to choose between groceries and rent, between their heating bill and their child care, between their kid's birthday party and their parents' long-term care. So you guys can force us to debate this bill in the dead of night. You can do it while the country sleeps. But the American people will wake up tomorrow morning, and I guarantee you they will wake up to how terrible your agenda is. They will remember this moment. They will remember who stood with the billionaires and who stood with them. Is that
Amen, Jim. Tell the people that is the gentleman from Massachusetts, Representative Jim McGovern, the ranking member on the Rules Committee, and one of the smartest people in Congress. Going to work last night for literally like 20 hours. That man was furious for 20 hours. I cannot see Massachusetts. You guys never stopping talking. Like, it used to be annoying when I always talk about I was a Division I athlete. I was always annoyed by like Massachusetts when it came to sports. You guys are not very gracious sports fans, but look at all the work you're doing. So many people from the state of Massachusetts in Congress are just doing such a great job. Never appreciated the unwillingness of people from Massachusetts. Like, their refusal to shut up has never been more appreciated in my life. So from me to you, New England, thank you. Never shutting up. It's finally working in my favor. Oh, sorry. I did not mean to do that. Sorry, let me resize this. I know, I never shut up. I always say this. I should be from Massachusetts or New York City. When I lived in New York City, I was like, oh, is this where I should have been from? Like, people just scream at each other and push each other into the street, into oncoming traffic. Like, I should be from the Northeast. That's where I belong, is with you all, never shutting up.
This is a farce, an outrageous insult to the people of this country to bring up a 1,000-page bill at 1 o'clock in the morning, a bill that's still being written, by the way, by Republicans as we speak, in a back room somewhere, for God's sake. And then to try to jam it through Congress in the middle of the night when nobody is watching is just unbelievably cynical. This is why people hate Washington. This is a farce.
Amen. This is why people hate Washington. And stop blaming the Democrats. Learn to read and do basic math and understand it's not the Democrats that are spending. You can see there are simple graphs that can show you. Pickles has a great one he always uses when he debates. It's not the Democrats that blow out the deficit. You can just look since Reagan was president. Who has spent and spent and spent? Who said money was going to trickle down and it never trickled down? It's time to recognize who is robbing you. Again, it's not brown people.
This is why people hate Washington. So if you guys think this ugly bill is so damn beautiful, like Trump keeps saying, you should have the courage to debate it in prime time. Madam Chair, we should reconvene at a reasonable hour and debate your bill in full view of the American people, not in the middle of the night like cowards. And for that reason, I move that the Rules Committee do now adjourn.
Yeah, it didn't work. They voted him down, but he tried. This was probably around like almost 2 a.m. Eastern time when he said that. And but again, Democrats don't have the majority, so we can't make them adjourn, but it's true. And someone said it's rich people. It's absolutely right. Like, understand, MAGA, you're just a number. You think Donald Trump cares about you? You're being robbed by these people, right? Who controls the Republican Party? Who controls the Conservative Party? Corporations and billionaires, not you. There's nothing that you're financially benefiting from in that party. And they confused you by saying, oh, trans people are up to something, or what's up with gay marriage, or all these pointless things that they distract you with. Look at that shiny object. Oh, brown people are up to something. Focus on them. All while you're being robbed. These are the people that have your money. They tell you whatever you want to hear during election time, and look what they're doing to you now. The bus is driving over your body. They are reversing and backing over you again and driving it forward again. Literally, this is the feeling of you underneath the wheels of the bus. Unfortunately, I'm trapped under there with you. We need some of you to wake up and help us stop this, right? And here's the thing. I'm pansexual, which if you don't know, I consider myself sapiosexual. That just means I'm not obsessed with people's genitals. Like when I decide I care about someone, the last thing that matters is their genitals. I just kind of focus on people's brains and who they are, and then I don't think like, oh, like I'm obsessed with genitals, That's called sapiosexual. You can look that up. But I mean, the point here is if you feel weirded out by words you don't understand and people's sexuality and how people, identify, you can still be weirded out by it, but also recognize, hey, we're all being robbed. And I've been distracted by things that don't matter, while the things that do matter, my children's financial future, has slipped. I dropped the ball. I was looking somewhere else, and it's time to get back on track. That's where we're at now. It's time to get the F back on track, and we need to get people in Congress. I honestly don't care if they're Democrats or Republicans. We just need to be sure that these people have the spine to stand up to Donald Trump, right? To stop him from manipulating the stock market with tariffs. That simple. Do you have a spine in your back? Will you stand up to a man that says men can't wear makeup but puts on makeup every morning? Do you have the spine to do that? Will you take back emergency powers so he can't manipulate the stock market and help the rich get richer? That's what we need now, is just anybody with a working spine. The guy you debated with, Chris, is the perfect example. Seabass, are you talking about which one, the nice guy? Or which one? I mean, there were so many people yesterday I was debating. It's scary. It's like you want to be, Cortez. Oh, yeah, he was super angry. Yeah, I don't know what we're going to do about these people, but we can't save them all, is what I've realized, right? We just need enough people to realize. Oh, Maxine Waters. I love me some Maxine Waters because she bothers Republicans so much.
Republicans, let's face it, you're not serious about helping your constituents. You only care about kissing up to King Trump. This isn't what the American people elected us for. I yield back.
Amen, Maxine. Tell the people. I mean, that's true. You elected people to Congress not to protect your interests, or at least I hope you did. If you don't understand that, electing people that help Trump, they're not helping you. And that's what you need to be concerned about. That's why you need to understand basic bills. Again, if you don't care about yourself enough, do it for your children. You should understand your interests are not Trump's interests. Your children's financial future has nothing to do with what's good for Donald Trump. Protect your children. Protect their future. Oh, God. Here's another good one.
We're talking about the Republican reconciliation package that is going to be jammed through this committee and rush to the floor. And if I'm understanding the numbers correctly, the latest version of their tax scam, the top 0.1% stand to gain $255,000 on average in 2027 alone. That's $700 a day, every day. The people who make over $1 million a year will also get their pockets lined. On average, these millionaires will have an additional $81,500 per year, but pennies for everybody else. For those earning less than $50,000 per year, the average benefit is $265. That's less than $1 per day, and that's laughable when you begin to look at the gaps that are going to be created by these cuts in other programs. But
Man, it's laughable. Thank you. Lahua said, just a friendly reminder to MAGA. Money doesn't trickle down for the rich, but definitely rolls downhill. That's a good one. I like that. Money doesn't trickle down from the rich, from the top of the economy, but shit always rolls downhill. I love these bear ears. Thank you for the hat. That's a really great point. I mean, that's the basic motto of the patriarchy, right? That's why they're always punching down. And the patriarchal philosophy of punching down, which I was very much raised in, is still alive and well in the conservative party, right? Take, punch down, blame people beneath you. Oh, you feel like you deserve something? No, you're less than nothing. Like, they've made you believe that. That's how you're raised in authoritarian households. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps is irony. It was sarcasm that was used during the Great Depression. Do you understand that? When you repeat that statement, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, that was sarcastic because you can't, right? Can you pull yourself up by your bootstraps? Does that make sense? No, that's not a real statement. That was irony. Republicans somehow convinced people meant something. It doesn't mean anything. Oh, this is another good one.
The director of the Congressional Budget Office, and I'm looking at this chart here about who benefits from this bill. It doesn't seem to match what Chairwoman Fox and Mr. Arrington are just talking about right now. You want to comment on this?
What that chart shows, and by the way, that's not my chart.
Yeah, I know.
That's not your chart.
CBO's.
That is the official scorekeeper's chart, the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. And if you can show that chart again, what it shows is the poor get poorer while the rich get richer. And so let me quote again from the CBO, specifically their numbers. For people in the bottom 10%, they will experience a 4% loss of household wealth. Meanwhile, for people in the top 10%, they will see their household resources increase by 2%. It is as simple as that.
Literally is. Again, that's Brendan Doyle. He's a representative from Pennsylvania. I really was not focused on him before, but this is another person who was up all night doing an amazing job pointing out. And again, if you are just joining or you didn't hear, it was revealed the Republicans demanded this Trump's big, beautiful bill be debated in the middle of the night around between 2 and 3 a.m. Eastern. It was revealed, a letter came from the Congressional Budget Office that due to Trump blowing out the deficit, minimum, the deficit will be blown out to the tune of $3.3 trillion. And there is another bill that was passed in 2010 called the Pay As You Go Act that says if the deficit is ever widened, the minimum is 2.3 trillion. So we're obviously a trillion past that. That will trigger over, from 2027 to 2034, $490 billion in Medicare cuts, right? And it's only $490 billion because there's a 4% cap on Medicare. And from all sorts of other programs, discretionary funds, 100% of those funds will be cut. But yeah, Trump lied, turns out. That's why they wanted to debate this bill in the middle of the night. Over from 2027 to 2034, a minimum of $490 billion is going to be stolen from the money we've all paid into from Medicare. And again, this live, the People's Receipts, and any other live, whether I'm debating, whenever, it all posts to YouTube after. So if you missed the beginning and want to look at the math or the letter from the Congressional Budget Office we went through, as soon as I'm done with the live, as long as I don't have copyright violations, it will just post on YouTube. So subscribe on YouTube. Oh, the other good thing, and I always talk about, join the Discord and subscribe on YouTube, because then it also gives you an alert. I love YouTube. That's the best thing about it, is whenever I go live, they're really good about alerting people. So if you're ever like, I know I don't start my lives on time all the time because I have a lot of stuff going on, take care of my dad. So that way, that's a really good way. Either be in the Discord, or if you subscribe on YouTube, it lets you know when I go live. Oh, Johnny, I just saw your super sticker on YouTube. They won't test our kits. They won't test our kits. They would be identified. Johnny Long Trail is talking about grape kits, why Republicans have, millions of untested grape kits and advocate to not spend money testing them. You know who is one of the biggest advocates of not testing grape kits in the state of Wisconsin? That guy that Elon Musk spent $20 million trying to get elected to the Wisconsin Supreme Court. Look up that judge's history of championing untested grape kits. That was one of his, I mean, he had so many disgusting ideas, but that was one of the most gross. Like, again, don't worry, there's exceptions for grape and incest. That's tell me that you don't know anything about we can't convince people we were essayed if our lives depended on it. And there's exceptions for grape. What are the F? Like, I love talking to 19-year-old white men online. Don't worry, you don't know anything about it because I'm sure you have little to no experience with women. That's what I'm starting to realize. They don't know. They don't know because they truly don't know.
Yeah, sure. Will be right. Mr. Boyle, as you know, statutory pay-go, which stands for pay-as-you-go.
And I didn't even organize this. So this is, he's referencing the Congressional Budget Office letter that was delivered. So this must be sometime after 2 a.m. So the statutory pay-as-you-go bill, that is the 2010 bill that says if any president blows out the deficit higher than 2.3 trillion, automatic cuts are triggered, and they claw back funds. This is why they're stealing $500 billion in Medicare funds.
Sure. Will be right. Mr. Boyle, as you know, statutory pay-go, which stands for pay-as-you-go, is a law that requires tax cuts and spending increases to be offset, meaning that they do not add to the deficit. If at the end of the year congressional legislation collectively violates pay-go, those deficit effects trigger across-the-board cuts to programs like Medicare. Does this bill trigger statutory pay-go?
Yes, and it's not me saying it. It is the Congressional Budget Office confirming it as of a couple hours ago. And look, this is really the breaking news, because when the Budget Committee kicked off this process approximately 3 months ago, there was a commitment by President Trump that there would be no Medicare cuts in this piece of legislation. And indeed, over the last several months, there's been no discussion of Medicare at all. There has been of Medicaid, but not of Medicare. Well, here we are tonight because, as you explained, because of the size of the deficits, because of the pay-go or pay-as-you-go act, that would trigger sequestration of Medicare, and it would total over $500 billion. The official figure that CBO confirms is $535 billion in cuts to Medicare.
And this bill doesn't waive statutory pay-go?
No, it does not.
So this will have a direct impact on Medicare and the federal budget, which will be.
So it's 490 between 2027 to 2034. So that makes sense. So it's 535 if you count 2026, because it's 45 billion a year. The budget is 10 years. So that makes, total 535 billion. The math is mathing. See, MAGA, see how easy math is? And then whilst this is going on, because I'm like up all night watching this happen, and Ralph Norman, that a horrible Republican from South Carolina who does not care about his own constituents, is asleep.
Of our salary, the lights, and the entire freight of the federal government. So we talk about tax fairness and equity. They have an interesting perspective on that.
Great job. These are your Republican representatives. We're all going to be robbed. We were told pay into Medicare, you'll get it back. We find out $535 billion in Medicare funds is going to be stolen from us, and Ralph Norman is asleep. Cool. What could go wrong here? Meg, if you're not angry at your representatives for robbing you, I don't know how to help you at this point. You are being robbed, not by undocumented immigrants, not by trans people, not by anybody but the rich people you continue voting for.
And let me just add my final point here. I mean, many have expressed concerns with how Secretary Hegseth has managed the Pentagon. I'm prioritizing loyalty over competence, decimating the military and civilian workforce, and undermining the effectiveness of the Department of Defense. Given that chaos, is now an appropriate time to gift the Department of Defense an additional $150 billion on top of the $858 billion that they already received in FY 2025? I mean, do you have any concerns about this?
I do, and I don't believe so. And that was a central argument that House Democrats made during the markup. We have seen Secretary Hegseth struggling to run the department well. I think it's up to like 5 of his employees have quit or been fired in the first 3 or 4 months. They've had highly critical things to say about the way the department is being run. Obviously, they don't know how to control secure information securely. And again, they don't have a plan in terms of where they're planning to spend. We don't even have an FY26 full budget yet. So, no, I don't think this department can be trusted with that.
Again, on top of the almost $1 trillion that's going to the Department of Defense, this bill gives them more money. That's what we're talking about. While our Medicare is going to be rocked. For what? A golden dome we don't need? That minimum cost is $500 billion. Minimum. The stupid golden dome that probably these contracts are going to go to people like Elon Musk. This is where the waste, fraud, and abuse is. This is where it lives. MAGA, you got. Remember, no new wars? Why are we growing the size of the military? Why? What is going on? None of this makes any sense. But cutting veterans benefits, closing hospitals, taking health care from our children. But let's dole out military defense contracts so we can be charged $75,000 for a soap dispenser. That's a great idea. The math does not math, MAGA. If you care, I know you don't care about yourselves. That's become very clear. And I actually sympathize with that and empathize with that because I grew up in an authoritarian household. I know how it is to not value yourself and believe you're not worth anything. But wake up for your kids. Wake up for your kids' future. Wake up for their education. Wake up because we know if we cancel Head Start programs, children don't have access to pre-K education. It limits their lifetime earning potential by hundreds of thousands of dollars. Wake up for them. Don't do it for you. I get it. You don't believe you're worth it, but your children are. Tracy, I'm in the UK. Sorry. Thanks for being here, Tracy. Sorry you have to witness this. Just nothing to see here. Hey, your guys' Supreme Court is pretty out of control, though. I mean, I don't like Keir Starmer either. Don't pretend to be from the Labor Party and actually be a finance bro who does weird press conferences with Trump that don't make that. And when the math doesn't math, you guys are having a tough time too. But I know this is embarrassing. We're embarrassed. We should. It's almost like we should let anyone witness what's happening. But maybe you should. Do kids not get free healthcare? Oh, do kids not get free healthcare, Tracy? Oh, no. What? Oh, you come from a place where children get healthcare. Okay, that's what the confusion. Oh, no. F the kids here. No, we just force women to give birth to children and then we abandon them. Yeah, no, kids don't get healthcare here. No, we just force women to give birth and then we take all the resources away from children and they have nothing. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're forced birthers. We actually are not pro-life, right? We're pro-birth and then we abandon the baby with nothing. That's what we do. And then we blame the mother that we forced to give birth and limited her healthcare options for all of it. Yeah, don't, Tracy, I know. This is the Twilight Zone. We know. Don't try to make sense of it. This is just the way we live.
Now,
as we've been looking at this bill over the last few months, as it has been clear that it was going to require drastic Medicaid cuts, we do have this breaking news this evening that it's also going to impact Medicare. Mr. Boyle, this is a major revelation, and it's exactly why this bill is not ready for prime time, barely ready for the 1 a.m. time. So can you talk about how this is a backdoor cut to Medicare, which is going to cut for seniors, and what's going to happen if the bill passes?
Yes, as CBO showed, because of the deficits that are baked into the Republican bill for billionaires, that would, because of something called the Pay-As-You-Go Act, or PAYGO, that would trigger sequestration of Medicare. And it would, again, according to the congressional...
Sequestration means to claw back the funds, the tax dollars we paid in. They're stealing our Medicare taxes that we pay.
Budget office be to the tune of over $500 billion to Medicare, one of the biggest cuts to the program. Indeed, I would say the largest outright cut to the program in American history. There are some who might want to argue and rebut that by saying, well, we'll just go ahead and waive PAYGO. It's actually impossible in reconciliation because it would not meet to the requirements of the Berg rule. So you cannot waive PAYGO. These cuts to Medicare will happen if this bill becomes law.
There you have it. Yay. What you thought, we're all paying taxes. And again, when we pay into Medicare now, understand when Medicare taxes are being taken out of your check, that's paying for like the boomers who need healthcare now, right? That's why I keep hounding on, like, as a teacher, what we know, why we have to invest in children. When Trump says we spend more on children than any other country for education, do you understand why? Things cost more here. Do you not? I mean, I could take you through a basic economic lesson about the value of the American dollar and why things cost more in America. But the kids that are growing up now, that need an education now, those are the people who are going to be paying for our health care when we need it, when we're too old to work. When you're paying taxes now, it's not like that those Medicare and Social Security taxes are being saved for you. No, they're being spent now on people who need them now. We need younger people to be educated and capable of producing and earning as much money as possible so we can retire. And that's why I say when Trump's like, oh, who needs Head Start? Who needs pre-K education? Well, if we deny children pre-K education, we know their earning potential lowers by hundreds of thousands of dollars. If we ever were going to spend money on anything, it should be on the education of children in America. That is the reality. That's who's going to pay for us to have health care and for us to retire. And we're like, they don't need an education. Everything will be fine. It's idiotic. It does not make any sense. You are setting your own children up to fail and for us to not have any health care or ability to retire. Oh, and I told you how this protest, Social Security Works, had there's a ton of people protesting the entire night, while this debate was happening on Capitol Hill. Maxwell Frost was out there. I know, I love Maxwell Frost. So I just want to show you this conversation where when that letter came out from the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office confirming the $535 billion cut to Medicare, this is Maxwell Frost outside talking to someone from Social Security Works. If there's something there, what?
This might be a little bit tough, but I literally just learned from Congressman Brendan Boyle, ranking member on budget, who just learned tonight that there's $500 billion in cuts to Medicare. We know there's the destruction of Medicaid in this bill. How is it that we're just finding out something like devastating cuts to Medicare?
Yeah, and this is part of the reason why they decided to do this as a budget reconciliation process. And that's a bunch of fancy words to say they've done it behind closed doors. They've cut all these little deals. And as the bill text rolls out, that's how we'll find out all the specifics. We know a lot of the general things, and that's what makes this process so disgusting. I mean, we just literally like 3 hours ago received the Congressional Budget Office score for this, knowing how much is going to add to the deficit, and we learned that the top 10% will receive most of the benefits, and the poorest 10% will lose most of their wealth over the course of 8 to 10 years because of this bill.
And the effects on rural hospitals, I mean, it's already, there's a collapse of rural hospitals across this country right now. Before this happened, you kick Medicaid out from under them, there's not going to be hospitals in rural areas.
Hospitals, clinics, which oftentimes are the first place someone's going to stop at. And here's the thing: a lot of people think this isn't going to impact them if they're not on Medicaid. You are wrong, especially if you live in a rural community. A lot of these hospitals that are shouldered by Medicaid do not only service people who are there on Medicaid. They help people who have absolutely no insurance at all. They help people with private insurance as well. These hospitals will shelter, will go away literally in a matter of months, and some reports say days. And so this is something that's going to impact everyone.
Congressman, what can people do to fight back?
Yeah, well, first, I mean, I appreciate everyone being here right now. Part of the reason they're doing this at 1 a.m. is because they think no one's going to show up, no one's going to care. And so by being here, by being loud during the hearing over the next several hours, it's really going to help us put the pressure on the Republicans in the room. The other thing is reaching out to these Republicans. Continue to do the phone calls. Show up to their offices tomorrow, like early in the morning. Send the letters. Call the office. Show up here in D.C. if you can. The pressure is working.
This might be a little bit.
Amen. And let's not get away from that. We should be calling our congresspeople. I don't care what side they're voting on. Like, we need to put pressure on congresspeople to remember they work for us. Like, I don't care what district you're in Arizona. Like, if you're in what we call the greater Phoenix area, which is where most of the population of Arizona is. Like, I've lived all over this city. Don't tell me where I have interest. I will send an email or a fax to every person I know. Oh, I forgot about this, that I took a random screenshot of this because I didn't know about this. Do you remember when I was saying there was something about the chair of the Ways and Means Committee, and it's really weird he's a Republican because it's, like, and so I was like, is he Mormon? I was like, no, it's what the Mormons can't stand the most. Well, Jason Smith, the chair of the Ways and Means Committee, he's a representative from Missouri. I didn't know this about him. Listen to this. This is just as happened to be a screenshot I saw on X. Representative Jason Smith, Missouri, son of a kennel owner, once ranked among the worst puppy mills in Missouri. Another dog unaliver. Maybe Jason Smith's daddy and Kristi Noem can hang out together and they can unalive animals in gravel pits. Who knows? The sky's the limit. So again, Jason Smith, the chair of this explains why the complete lack of empathy. He's the son of a kennel owner, once ranked among the, quote, worst puppy mills in Missouri, now the author of a tax bill that showers billionaires with breaks while cutting health care for millions of Americans. It tracks, doesn't it? It tracks. The complete lack of empathy for animals, for human beings, for children, for the elderly. It all makes perfect sense when you really think about it. And I went to the link Missouri Supreme Court rejects, this is from April 25th, 2017. Missouri Supreme Court rejects defamation suit by Congressman's mother. So I just want to be clear, like, Jason Smith's mom, rich mommy, was trying to sue, got all the way to the Supreme Court of Missouri to try to sue people for pointing out that her husband and Jason Smith's daddy was a puppy unaliver. Like, the Missouri Supreme Court says a woman running a dog kennel can't sue dog advocacy groups for defamation after they said she ran one of the worst puppy mills in the state. Yeah. This is how I just want cereal unalivers start with animals. Do you know what I'm saying? And I'm talking about now math. This is not even, I'm not even joking. This is just how this works. They start with animals. Now Jason Smith's all grown up and is helping to socially engineer the unaliving of humans, to deprive them of health care, to make it harder to get to a hospital in rural America. In rural Texas, it's an hour and 30 minutes drive now, pre this bill, to see an OBGYN due to the maternal health desert these people have created. So, yeah, I mean, he was built for this BS. Again, this is just some more from the article because once I heard this, I wanted to check up on it. The court on Tuesday unanimously upheld a circuit court decision that dismissed a defamation lawsuit against dog advocacy groups that was filed by dog kennel owner Marianne Smith. That's Jason's mommy of Salem. Smith is the mother of U.S. Representative Jason Smith, who represents the 8th Congressional District. He needs to no longer have his job in Southeast and South Central Missouri. Marianne Smith sued the Humane Society. Who the f sues the Humane Society? What kind of bag are you to sue the Humane Society? I mean, even Kristi Noem hasn't sued the Humane Society. At least she just unalives her pets in gravel pits. Marianne Smith sued the Humane Society of the United States, rich people, and Missourians for the protection of dogs Missourians for the protection of dogs. I'm assuming that's a nonprofit. Over their report issued in 2010 that called her kennel one of the worst puppy mills in Missouri. The report was issued as the groups advocated for an issue on the ballot in November 2010 that was known as Proposition B, the Canine Mill Cruelty Prevention Act. Yeah, let's not protect let's keep abusing animals, Jason Smith's mommy. Weird. The measure would have placed caps on breeding dog ownership and set parameters for acceptable dog care. Well, we don't want that. We don't want to treat animals humanely. That's the guy in charge of the Ways and Means Committee. When he's not stealing from the poor, making it harder for women to give birth, taking health care from children and the elderly. This is what his mommy's up to. Here's what 2 groups wrote about Smith's kennel, as quoted in the Supreme Court opinion. Quote, Smith's kennel has a history of repeat USDA violations stretching back more than a decade, including citations for unsanitary conditions. This is what they want for us now. It's not just about dogs. This is what they want for poor humans in America now. Same scenario. Unsanitary conditions, dogs exposed to below freezing temperatures or excessive heat without adequate shelter from the weather, dogs without enough cage space to turn and move around freely. They cannot turn around in their cage. Pest and rodent infestations, injured and bleeding dogs, dogs with loose bloody stools who had not been treated by a vet, and much more. Yeah, that about sounds what's going to happen to children and elderly people in America. They denied these dogs health care. Jason Smith is now denying the American people health care. I mean, it tracks. Makes perfect sense. Missouri, you should do something about this. Jason Smith should not be elected to Congress. Oh, and this was, okay, so this is this morning. Ro Khanna was on the House floor screaming about this bill for 5 minutes. Ro Khanna, if you don't know, Ro Khanna was Bernie Sanders' campaign manager, I believe, in 2016. He's also like the representative in California of Silicon Valley. I used to work in the tech industry. So he also represents the most billionaires per capita in the country. So I think it's fascinating that the guy that represents all these billionaires is also kind of, a social democrat. This is his speech he gave this morning whilst these arguments are still going on in the Rules Committee. I love Ro Khanna.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the fiscally irresponsible
one big, beautiful bill that simply gives tax breaks for the richest Americans and takes away services for working and middle-class families. Here are the facts. We currently have about a $36 trillion debt, and we're spending right now $2 trillion more every year than we take in. The Republican budget would add $3.8 trillion to that deficit. It will do that over 10 years. And how are they going to get those $3.8 trillion of tax breaks? Well, let me just outline who those tax breaks are going to go to. $96 billion a year are going to go to people who make over $1 million a year. If you are a millionaire in America, you are going to get about $82,000 a year of tax breaks. And if you are making under $100,000, you get about $750 in tax breaks. So $82,000 of tax breaks to the millionaires, $750 to working and middle-class families. That's not a fair deal. Democrats believe that we need to raise taxes on people who are making over $1 million, not give them $82,000 a year of tax breaks. And by the way, the tax breaks for those millionaires and billionaires, they're permanent over 10 years. The tax breaks the Democrats support for working class families, like no tax on tips, they only want them 4 years. Democrats have been fighting to get the...
I want to explain to you, MAGA, this is how you know that Trump doesn't give up about you, right? He gives you what you want for a few years and then they can be canceled. These other tax breaks are in perpetuity. That means forever. The rich are taken care of forever. Corporations are taken care of forever. Which are scraps. They are nothing. You believe you're getting something when you're getting nothing. It's to distract you from the fact you're being robbed. And those are, 3.5 years or whatever is left. Like, it's not, nothing good is going to happen for you. You're not getting a lot. And I watched, oh God, I didn't have the time to record it, but Harry Enton was doing a thing. And yeah, it's shocking. Like, Republicans who are allegedly fiscally conservative are like, even if the budget is out of whack, even if we blow out the deficit, do you still want tax cuts? And these are people who are getting a pittance. You're getting nothing. You think you're getting tax cuts? You're getting nothing. While the rich get everything. And they're like, yeah, give us our tax cuts that make us think we got something. You got like $250.
No tax on tips for 10 years. They say, no, for working families, we only wanted 4 years. Tax breaks for the billionaires in my district in Silicon Valley, those we want 10 years. And then, what are they cutting? They're cutting $700 billion in Medicaid cuts. That's just a fact. Just go Google it. You'll see the cuts. They claim that people aren't going to lose their health care, but the independent CBO says that up to 14 million Americans may lose their health care. Up to 1 million of American children, kids born in the United States, may lose their health care. It is the largest cut to Medicaid in the history of this country, all to finance $96 billion a year of tax breaks to the millionaires and billionaires. Those are the facts. Look, CBO did an analysis, and they said that the top 10% in America are going to benefit enormously from this bill. And if you're in the top 10%, if you make over $1 million, over $500,000, you should applaud. But the bottom 10%, the folks who are working hard, struggling to make ends meet, the truck drivers, people who work at Walmart, nurses, HVAC technicians, they are going to lose 4%. This bill benefits those who are already doing well and ignores those who are working hard and struggling the most. It is the exact opposite of what we should be doing. Even Donald Trump challenged the Congress to say, raise taxes a bit on the rich. I'm fine with it. But did the Republicans do that? No. They cut them further for the wealthy. You ask what the Democrats believe? We believe that the tax breaks and the tax cuts should be going to the working and middle class in this country. We believe we should be taxing more the people who are making $1 million and $1 billion a year. And we believe we should not be cutting Medicaid, essential health care services that help families, that support hospitals, and that support the health of so many seniors in this country. This debate is about whose side are you on? Are you for those who have already benefited from the income divide, or are you for the working and middle class? I hope enough Republicans on the other side will say no to these cuts of working class benefits. We'll say no to the tax breaks for the millionaires and billionaires, and we'll say no to piling on more debt that will raise interest rates, hurting our economic growth, exploding our trade deficit because of our reliance on foreign firms and foreign investment, and crippling ordinary Americans' ability to get loans. It is bad economics. We need, Mr. Speaker.
Amen. And someone in the comments asked, when do we know if this passes? I just want to be clear. This does not require any Democratic votes. Like, it's just important. Like, what essentially the Democrats in Congress are doing right now is just simple math and calling out attention. This is essentially just Trump's going to bully this through. He always does, right? Like, I mean, did they just vote on? I mean, what time is it? Yeah, through phones. Yeah, it's probably about done. Like, I don't know if they just voted on it, but it should be. They are supposed to vote on it by the end of day today. Let me just see. Oopsies, sorry. Mute my phone so we don't have to hear things. Oh my gosh. Wait, that was about Phoenix. Sorry. ADHD. Let me look. Oh man. This bill hurt veteran. They're still going. Let's see. Katie Fang is joining Midas Touch. Oh my gosh, I love that. Sorry, I'm just looking through the announcements on this stuff. Oh my gosh, I love Greg Kassar is in the Rules Committee screaming at people. They're still going. They're still debating. They're still screaming at each other in the Rules Committee. As of, 9 minutes ago, they're still in the Rules Committee. I mean, because if you don't understand how this process works, like, that's why Democrats never went to sleep. Because as long as Democrats keep dissenting, bringing up amendments, and debating in the Rules Committee, they can't vote. So, but again, the Republicans have the numbers to not, this is just reconciliation, right? So they just need Republicans to agree. There are Republicans that are holding out and aren't happy, but that's not because they care about the average American person. It's because they want to take more Medicaid, more Medicare, more cuts to Social Security, right? Like, that's what Republicans are fighting for. They're fighting to rob poor people further. That's what the debate is right now with Republicans. They're saying, the quote unquote deficit hawks are basically saying, yeah, you're blowing out the deficit, so we won't vote for this until you take more from the poor. It's not that they're like, no, let's take something from the rich. That's not the debate. The deficit hawks, the free dumb caucus, are basically holding out and saying, which I'll show you a clip in a second, but they're basically saying, like, we need to rob the poor people more. That's not enough robbing. Okay, and again, this is probably right before I started. This is one of the most recent clips I screenshotted, like, in the Rules Committee before I started the live.
Do you commit to us to following the law, fully obligating the funding that Congress appropriated for mental health services for students, and to obligate those funds by September 30th of this year? Or are you planning to break the law by impounding congressionally appropriated funds?
Well, I can certainly report to you, Ranking Member, that we are evaluating.
Be clear, this is who you think. This is Linda McMahon, the person married to Vince McMahon who doesn't give an F about education nor know anything about it, who's essentially being asked if she's going to follow the constitutional law and allocate appropriate funds that were appropriated by Congress to the right place.
Evaluating every single program. We're looking at it very carefully. We are continuing or not continuing some funds as we look at them, and as we go forward in the budget, I am happy to get back to you.
Well, but the point is
a careful evaluation of the programs that are going forward.
With all due respect, this is money that was appropriated. It is in the 2024 budget, which is what we are now dealing with. And so I have to understand from your answer that in fact you are not going to abide, maybe you're not going to abide by the 2024 numbers. So that means that you plan to break the law by impounding congressionally appropriated funds. Yes or no?
We are going to abide by the law.
Then that means, I just want to say, that means that you are going to spend the dollars appropriated by this subcommittee to carry out those programs as directed in the 2024 budget that we are living under for 2025. So that means by September 30th, that money will be expended for all of the programs that are listed.
We will abide by the law.
Do you commit to?
Sure you will, weirdo. If only we believed a word you said. Sorry, I'm just a bunch of black women are been talk. I love Lauren Underwood. She's the represent. I want to get this Greg Kassar clip too. Here, I'm just getting the latest of what's happening inside the Rules Committee so we can watch it. I'm going to pull them up on my iPad, just sending them to myself. Because I love, if you don't know who Lauren Underwood is, she's absolutely amazing. Hold on, let me pull these up. Keep tapping the screen. We are almost to 650K. Thank you guys so much. I have been up all day screenshotting clips, figuring out what's going on. If you would like to support me, this is my Cash App and Venmo, just like my name. Please do, or you can also support me by subscribing or gifting or whatever. I mean, if you support me this way, I was just going to say, less is taken by TikTok. What is going? Oh, I love the Daisy Duck bows. Sorry. I love Daisy. I used to love Daisy Duck. Wait, hold on. Oh yeah, I need to pull up my, sorry, I was just trying to remember how I got these to myself. Just need to pull up my text. Okay. This is Lauren Okay. This is Lauren Underwood. She's a let me make sure I get this up before I open it, because there we go. Give me 1 second. This is Lauren Underwood. She's a representative. I can't remember the exact district in Illinois, but she's on the Oversight and Accountability Committee, and I adore this woman. She is my god. When Lauren Underwood speaks, I listen. Oh, hold on. Smaller. Again, this is kind of an update on what's going on in the Rules Committee currently.
Congresswoman Underwood, what's the latest on this budget disaster?
Well, what we know is that Republicans are preparing to bring to the floor a tax scam that will cut 14 million people off of their health care between Medicaid and disruptions on their tax credits to help them afford marketplace coverage. It will be devastating. We're talking about rural hospital closures. We're talking about kids getting kicked off of their coverage, people not being able to afford their medications, and it ultimately means more people will die.
It seems that they're trying to hide this too. At 1 a.m., not answering questions. It seems like they don't even know what's in their own bill.
They don't want to know. They want to just get that attaboy from Donald Trump, and they're willing to cause all of this harm to the American people in order to pass the tax cuts for the billionaires.
How bad is this? There's all these, there's a lot of complexity, but I want to break it down at a human level.
Yes.
Like, how disastrous is this to the regular folks, regular American people?
This represents the largest cut to healthcare in U.S. history, the largest cut to food assistance programs in U.S. history. Literally, they are stealing food out of the mouths of hungry kids to pay for a tax cut for the billionaires. It is cruel, it is anti-American, and it's just plain wrong.
You think the American people are feeling a little bit different now than maybe they felt in November? Are you seeing a change even in your congressional district?
The polling has been so clear that this cut to healthcare is unequivocally unpopular. In no community, no congressional district does this proposal get even 50% approval. We are talking about like single digits approval levels. At the end of the day, these are harmful cuts that are unpopular. And I think the American people are really going to be disappointed when they see how their Republican representative voted.
Any final words before we go to your district and the American people watching this now?
What I want people to know is that my colleagues, these Republicans here on Capitol Hill, they are tired of hearing from me. They know exactly how I feel about this bill. But guess what? They want to hear from you. So if you know that you're going to lose your health care, or that these cuts would be devastating for your community or cause your costs to go up, please call a Republican representative right now, today, and share your story. Keep them on the phone and make sure that they understand the impact of their vote.
Thanks, Congresswoman.
Preach, Lauren. Again, that's Lauren Underwood. Thank you for I didn't catch the name, but whoever pointed out it's the 14th. I thought I was right there. I was thinking it. I just couldn't remember. I'm sending more clips to myself because I do love this. God, Midas Touch is getting so much better at getting this reporting live. I'm just sending clips to myself that I can show us because I do feel like this is probably the most important thing going. I feel like I missed one. Oh, yeah, Jared Moskowitz. Let me get these, and then I will pull some more up. Oops. I can't believe how long this has been going on. Okay. One more. And done. Okay. Let me find the next one. Keep tapping the screen. Share the live. If you like what I do, please support me. My Cash App and Venmo is A Girl Has No Name. Oh, sorry. One of my computers went to sleep. What? Okay, text messages. Let's do. Okay. Go in order. This is Joe Nagios. I think he has been speaking to Midas Touch as well, which is awesome. I love that they're doing live Capitol Hill reporting now. This is the first time I've ever seen Midas Touch do this.
What are some of the most dangerous aspects of this bill?
How much time do you have, right? So I can spend a lot of time with you going through the parade of horribles embedded in this bill. I'll just first say the cuts to Medicaid really are catastrophic, right? You're talking about a lot of people, millions of Americans, a lot of folks back in Colorado, in the rural parts of Colorado that I represent, who are going to be thrown off of their health care if this bill becomes law. You're talking about veterans, right? And seniors who are receiving skilled nursing care. You're talking about the SNAP cuts, right? That are devastating for families, for single mothers and children, so many more. And then, of course, you've got all of these various measures that they have snuck into the bill in the dead of night, right? So midnight public land sales where they're literally auctioning off hundreds of thousands of acres of public lands in Nevada and Utah across the Rocky Mountain West. You've got this ridiculous contempt provision that you referenced that was the subject of an exchange between me and Chairman Jordan, which basically would attempt to try to stop federal courts or limit the ability of federal courts to enforce contempt orders. Why? Because they know.
Again, remember I showed you those clips of him running over Jim Jordan and Jim Jordan having to consult his lawyers? That is about if and when a federal judge holds, which I could give you, this happened last night. I don't even want to tell you because I don't want to I know as a teacher, like we can all only receive so much information. I'm going to overwhelm you. So I don't want to scare you with what else has been going on in the last 15 hours. But Trump has mailed a bunch of people who don't belong in South Sudan to South Sudan. It's almost worse than what he did with El Salvador. A judge directly told him to stop. He did it anyways. He has violated a federal court order yet again. This is I don't know what number of violation of federal court order we are actually on at this point. But it is horrific what he is up to. If you don't know, South Sudan, they sell human beings to other countries. Trump is mailing people who aren't from South Sudan there to drop them off. He was told not to do it and is doing it anyways. Yeah, you can look all this stuff up. There's like in my inbox right now, there's U.S. Judge finds deportation flight violated court order. Like, so that's why this is baked in. This is one of the poison pills. Outside of robbing us all and our children's financial future, they're trying because they know Trump is violating federal court orders left and right. He's going to be held in contempt, and they are trying to make it easier for him to dodge it.
That they are, the Trump administration, losing in virtually every court in the land. And as a result, in their effort, in terms of the campaign that they're waging against the judiciary and the Article 3 branch of our government, they've decided that this would be the latest salvo in that effort. It's plainly unconstitutional, but they're going to go forward anyway. So yeah, there's a lot in this bill that would have a negative impact on the people that we're so privileged to represent, which is why we're fighting so hard against it.
Amen. Oh, see, look how great my algorithm is on X. See, thanks, Elon. See, Elon Musk did do one thing good. Okay, so this is a Social Security Works clip. This is 45 minutes ago. This is Hakeem Jeffries outside speaking to social. I told you Social Security Works has like a ongoing protest outside of Capitol Hill.
Why do we oppose this bill? It represents the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. Take away health care from millions of people. Families will be hurt. Children will be hurt. Women will be hurt. Everyday Americans with disabilities will be hurt. Hospitals will close. Nursing homes will shut down. People will die. The largest cut to health care in American history. And on top of that, the largest cut to nutritional assistance in American history. These extremists want to take food out of the mouths of children, veterans, and older Americans. And they're doing all of this to enact the largest tax break for billionaires in American history.
The UAE. Exactly. So the rich can get richer. What could possibly go wrong with that? Here, I knew we reached our gift goal. I was about to update it and I left. Okay. And I'm going to just switch let me update the gift goal. Thank you guys so much for being here. Again, we're talking about the reconciliation bill that's going to rob us all while the rich get richer. And I'm trying to just make sure we are keeping up with real-time updates. They are still debating the bill as of now. Okay, we did Joe Neguse. I want to make sure. I have 2 Jared Moskowitz clips I want to do, but I want to make sure I get the right ones. I think this is the first one. Thank you so much. Pretty sure this is the first. I love these bows. Thank you for the bow. Okay. This is Jared Moskowitz in the Rules Committee. And again, I could go into the danger of FEMA, right? Josh Hawley. And I think I have so many clips that I've recorded in the last 15 hours. I think I'll just drag it into tomorrow because that's what I'm trying not to overwhelm us. And I think it's important we just stay on this line of logic. But there's so many other things I want to talk about. And Jared Moskowitz when he was in the Florida state legislature, he was like a FEMA officer. He knows a lot about FEMA and about disaster relief, Florida hurricanes. And Josh Hawley, basically when Kristi Noem was under oath in the Senate, Josh Hawley just begged her for FEMA relief. Like, this is the reality, is Trump is just stealing FEMA money and is not going to dole it out and is redirecting it even though Congress already appropriated it.
Nothing at FEMA has been made more efficient. In fact, I would tell you that the Secretary of Homeland Security has turned FEMA into the Newark airport. Okay? It is going to fail this summer. And so, look, there's no doubt that FEMA needed reform, but what they've done at Homeland is they've taken something that needed help and they broke it further. Do you know what happens if there's no FEMA to the state that the Speaker represents or Steve Scalise represents. Louisiana goes bankrupt without FEMA when there's a hurricane that comes in from the Gulf of Mexico or the Gulf of America, comes right into Louisiana. They're bankrupt. Alabama's bankrupt. Mississippi's bankrupt. You get an F5, F4 tornado in Tornado Alley. Those states go bankrupt without FEMA. And yet, I don't see my Republican colleagues calling out the administration on how we're going to save FEMA and reform it.
Because there's no intent. They're just stealing that money to give billionaires and corporations tax cuts. There's no plan. Hurricane season's a coming. Good luck, red states. I mean, I've been listening to Andy Beshear beg in Kentucky for money for the tornadoes that happened there. Like I said, Josh Hawley, who's a weirdo that supports Donald Trump, begging for FEMA relief from Kristi Noem under oath yesterday. It's ridiculous. Here, let me pull up. I know I have one more. Sorry, I have two lines, so I have to make sure. Is this the second? I think it is. I know I have one more Jared Moskowitz clip. Wait, is that the one? Sorry, don't want to play the same clip twice. I thought I had two. Yeah, here we go. Yep. Okay, again, this is the second part of what Jared Moskowitz was talking about. Oops.
Let me say this. I think the Secretary of Homeland Security has exposed the president in significant ways. And I'm not in the business of protecting the president, but I am in the business of protecting the American people and the country. I don't think the president is aware of the current condition of FEMA and its potential inability to perform. We may get lucky, and hopefully we do. Hopefully we don't have a bad hurricane this season. Hopefully we don't have some unforeseen disaster like an earthquake that hasn't happened since the 90s. Lord knows we had a 1 in 100-year pandemic in the first term of the Trump administration. Hopefully we don't have anything like that, because they have decimated FEMA in ways that we won't know until it happens. And I know the chairwoman represents an area that didn't have the best experience after Helene. There's no question about that. There's dramatic improvement that needs to be done at FEMA. But I'm deeply concerned what's happened at Homeland, and I don't think the president is aware the current condition that the secretary has put him and the men and women that work there and the states that are going to go to FEMA and rely on them to help them in their time of need. And those resources are going to come slower. Think about it. You don't get to move your logistics. You don't get to move your water, your ice, your power generation, any of your stuff. And let me remind you, I did this for a living. For a Republican governor, I worked for Ron DeSantis for 2.5 years, took my political hat off. So I'm not giving you partisan coverage. I'm giving you the current state of affairs in an agency that has been absolutely destroyed. And with that, Madam Chairwoman, I yield back.
Yeah, and if you didn't know, Trump tried to get Moskowitz to be FEMA. He almost worked in Department of Homeland Security. He's like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. But Trump basically was we were very worried for a while, if no one remembers, that Jared Moskowitz might accept a job in Trump's cabinet, doing FEMA stuff. This was what he did in Florida. So he's not speaking from, I don't know what I'm talking about. And someone said, okay, I just want to say, I'm sorry, I'm not going to say the words right. Someone's like, apologize for apologizing every 5 minutes. I know you sound like my therapist. I'm not sorry. I need to stop apologizing all the time. If you're in join the Discord. You can hear me apologize all the time for no reason. I just apologize to people that people are like, why are you apologizing? Please stop. It's one of my best hobbies. It comes from being raised by a malignant narcissist like Trump. You just say sorry. You don't even know what you're sorry for after a while. You're just like, I'm sorry. Oh, what is happening up here? Sorry. See, did it again. But actually, I'm getting better. It used to be much worse. I know this seems like it's bad at this point, but if you think it's bad now, should have met me when I was 12. I'd just be like, sorry. Okay, wait. let's see. Okay, we did Jared Moskowitz. I just want to. I don't like to get things out of order. So let's play Greg Casar speaking at the Rules Committee, and then he speaks to Midas Touch. I love Greg Casar. If you're like, who the F is that? Why do I care? Greg Casar is the chair of the Progressive Caucus in the House. He's a representative. I can't remember the district. I'm sure somebody knows, in Texas, but he tours with Bernie Sanders. Greg Casar is amazing. Love. Here we go. This was about an hour ago. 35th district.
So I will hand the mic over, yield my time to any of my Republican colleagues that want to address the amount of money that their tax-paying citizens are going to have to pay in increased premiums for their health care. If anybody wants to mention, we have the numbers, everybody here has the numbers, how much your constituents are going to have to pay more every year in health care because of this bill. I don't know the numbers for my...
I don't want to know. Oh my God. I don't know if I want to know. Everyone just hug yourself. Just get a soft blanket, curl up on the couch. Everything's good. It's time for edibles. If you have an edible, it might be time to pop an edible. Good news. News is not getting better today. So curl up in a ball, get comfortable. Everything's going to be okay.
District, it's going to be a 50% increase, over $400 in my district. And that's actually not even close to how much in many of the Republican districts there's going to be an increase. I would yield the mic.
I think we're 78% in my district.
78% in Mr. McGovern's district. Maybe none of the Republican members want to mention it, but the Republican gentleman from New York, there would be a 44% increase, $2,000 a year hit to his constituents in their health care costs. The distinguished gentleman from Virginia, his constituents would face an increase in $770 a year in their health care premiums. The distinguished Republican chairwoman of this committee, a 60% increase in health care premiums, and that's on average. The distinguished Republican congresswoman here from Minnesota was recently told here by the committee on the budget that a 60-year-old couple with a joint income of $85,000 a year in her district would see an $11,000 a year increase in their costs while we're giving tax cuts to billionaires. And what bothers me the most is that we want to hide it. Nobody wants here to talk about the fact that they're jacking up insurance costs on their own constituents while giving a billionaire a tax break. Nobody on the Republican side pushing this bill wants to have an in-person town hall and look their constituents in the face and explain to them why they want to hand Elon Musk another $25 billion contract while jacking up your health insurance costs, not just by hundreds, but by thousands of dollars. I yield.
God, Greg, that was not... Jesus Christ. Everyone just hug. I'm telling you, get a soft blanket and wrap yourself in it. I have a series of strategies when I'm about to have a panic attack. I'm about to wrap myself in a blanket. I might have to go get a blanket in a second. Okay, wait. I know there's a second clip. Yeah, Greg did an interview. Let me find. Here we go. Now, this is Greg Casar talking to Midas Touch after that, after what we just saw. Let me just pull it up and make sure it's queued up. It's okay. It's good to know these. Knowledge is power. I don't know how this ends, but we're in this together.
We knew the MAGA Republicans were attacking Medicaid. There was a moment I saw the Democrats, I saw you and others reading the text of this, and then you said, whoa, 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 Medicare is in that. You're going after Medicare. I don't think that's getting enough attention. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, if you're watching at home, all you really most need to know about this is that what the Republicans most care about isn't their voters. Republican, independent, conservative, liberal. It's not about their voters. This has all been about Republicans' donors. And they want to funnel about $1 trillion in tax cuts to their big corporate donors. And they don't care who gets hurt in the process. And so what we discovered last night, which really is breaking news, is they're not just robbing Medicaid. It turns out they're also having to rob Medicare of nearly $500 million if they pass this bill.
Another day for the history.
But the total amount is $535 billion over 10 years from 2026 to 2034. That's how much they will steal from us in Medicare. And again, if you are just joining us and you're like, what? They are robbing Medicare. Yeah, that's a development. I've been up all night watching this debate go down in Congress. Turns out we found out at 2 a.m. that Medicare is in fact being robbed. The pay-as-you-go Act or bill, whatever you want to call it, of 2010 says that if anyone blows out the deficit $2.3 trillion or more, which the minimum Trump is blowing out the deficit is 3.3. I would say it's, the median estimates are over 4, but obviously it's more than 2.3. So year over year, there's a 4% cap on how much they can steal from the taxes we paid into Medicare. So they're going to basically steal $45 billion a year for 10 years from us. And the total will be $535 billion. And we found that out at 2:30 in the morning. So if you're just joining us, welcome to hell. Hang out with us. We're just going over, these debates are happening, and we're waiting for the vote on this, which will move it essentially to the Senate. Let me figure out. Sorry, I'm just trying to keep in my head the order we're going in. I feel like I know there's something I need. Did I play that? I didn't play Jim McGovern yet, right? I did not. Jim McGovern. Did I play Jim? I didn't play. Okay, this is Jim McGovern on Midas Touch, just less than an hour ago, I think. Yeah. Oh no, this is much earlier. I didn't play this right. Sorry. I'm just trying to make sure I just sent a bunch of clips to myself and I'm not clear at this point which one's.
So what happens next? Like where do we go from here? So it seems like the Republicans don't even know, or they want to be not knowing what's in their own bill. They're going to meet with Trump, and he's gonna start cursing at them and saying that he's going to primary them.
Did I play this clip? I didn't. Did I play this clip of Jim McGovern? I just don't want to replay if I already played it. Okay, just checking.
Where does this go?
Yeah, I mean the Republicans are in this.
One thing we saw this. Did we? Or did we? Okay, let's just go with no, since
no evil, hear no evil, stage. I mean, they're afraid of Trump. But here's the deal. I was also on the Agriculture Committee. What was striking.
If you don't understand why he's talking about agriculture, it is because that's where the SNAP cuts come from. The Agriculture Committee oversees the SNAP cuts. Can I just point something out? Because I've been up all night watching Jim McGovern. Look how tired he is. Oh, I can't enlarge. Oh, I can. Look how tired Jim McGovern is. He's been up all night debating in the Rules Committee. I don't know if I've ever seen him look this tired.
So what happens next?
Hold on. Let me just go. I don't want to go back.
They're afraid of Trump. But here's the deal. I was also on the Agriculture Committee. What was striking to me is that the Republicans didn't even show up to the hearing, leading up to today's Rules Committee. And even in the Rules Committee, most of the Republicans, are not even present. If you look at the footage, I mean, there's only one or two of them present during most of the hearings. So, they know that this bill is awful. I think some of them are ashamed of this bill. They don't want to be associated with it, but they may have to vote for it. And right now, the Republicans don't have the votes. They're hearing from their constituents, and they're seeing the energy on our side. They're seeing the fight on the Democratic side, and they're kind of taken aback. They're intimidated. But here's the deal. There are some things worth fighting for. And fighting for the American people is why we all ran for office to begin with. I didn't run for office. I don't know of anybody who ran for office, to throw people off of health care, to throw people off of food assistance, and to take all that money and use it to fund a tax cut for billionaires. That is not popular, not just with our base. It's not popular with independents. It's not popular with Republicans. This is something that Republicans do not want to be associated with, and they're doing their best to hide. But you know what? If they vote for it, they own it. and we're going to make sure they own it. That's what today's about. We're still in the Rules Committee right now. We still have members lining up to testify. This may go on for hours more, and we don't know whether or not they're going to come back tonight and actually report out a rule, because I don't know if they have the votes. They don't know if they have the votes. They're in such disarray. But I will reiterate again, I am so proud of the Democratic caucus. Again, the intensity of the members and of the staff. I mean, there's an excitement and a fire in the belly that I haven't seen in a long time. And we're in this, and this is a fight worth having.
It's like falling asleep, standing up. And I said, did I not say at the beginning of this live, 3 hours and 47 minutes and 18 seconds ago, you should be proud of what Democrats are up to on Capitol Hill. Look, I'm almost tearing up. You should. They are like working harder than, and I've always said this, like, because I remember like we had some fights like in the, I was like, if we're going to blame people, let's be mad at the Democrats in the Senate. Like, don't blame the House, because this is why, like, the minute I think, and I'm obsessed with Congress, it's like I said, it's like my Super Bowl. I watch everything that happens in Congress. The Democrats in Congress, when they get the majority, I fear for they're going to run everyone over. Like, watching them just in the minority is fascinating. Like, the fight of the Democrats in the House is fascinating to watch. Like, they are fighters, and you should be proud, but also keep an eye on your individual people. Because, like, again, there's 435 people in the House. I can't keep an eye on every Democrat. Make sure you hold your rep accountable. But I will say, as someone who's been up all night watching the Democrats and Jim McGovern, who's falling asleep, standing up, fighting for the American people, and not just for us, but for everyone in their districts. Like, MAGA, you're being robbed too, and the only people that are fighting for you and for your right, for your children to have health care, to have an education, to have a financial future, that's the Democrats. You're welcome. While you sit online and make up asinine lies that don't make any sense, the only people who give a shit about your financial future are the Democrats. You're welcome. Let's see I'm just trying to make sure I get this in the right order. It's the perfectionist. Okay. This is just looking at this. Okay, this is Hakeem Jeffries speaking to Midas Touch. I love how they're doing live reporting. This is the first time I've ever seen this.
3 big issues with the bill. First, this GOP tax scam represents the largest cut to health care in American history. Children, families, seniors, veterans, older Americans, and people with disabilities are going to get hurt. Hospitals will close, nursing homes will shut down, and people will die because approximately 14 million folks will lose their health care as a result of this reckless Republican budget. Second, this bill represents the largest cut to nutritional assistance in American history. They are literally taking food out of the mouths of children, veterans, and seniors. Third, all of this is being done to enact the largest tax break for billionaires in American history in order to reward their donors like Elon Musk. It's a toxic scheme that will hurt the American people, and we're doing everything we can to stop it.
$300 million.
Sorry, just a quick clarification. Johnny, I love you. I'm not talking about you. No, I don't think you're a 19-year-old. I think you misunderstood my comment, 19-year-old. I don't know. I think there's a little bit of confusion. I was not talking about you. But I liked your comment. If you're talking about the super sticker about untested grape kits, no, I totally got that. And I was just making a comment about 19-year-olds on TikTok. Johnny, I think you always think I'm mad at you. I'm never mad at you. I'm like one of those people too, where I'm like, is she talking about me? Did I do something wrong? I'm never mad at you, Johnny. I appreciate your presence in my life. So you could it's not a misunderstanding. Everything's okay. Stop apologizing, Johnny. Look, I got to do it to someone else. You're not in trouble. Isn't that funny? How shit rolls downhill. Okay, wait. Now I need to find this one clip about veterans, because let's bring in the veterans and how they're about to be, their lives are over. Hold on, let me pull this up. This is, and I don't know the Representative Takano, and I don't know what district, but I'd love to know, so I'll look it up while we're listening. Okay. This is Representative Takano, Takano, speaking, I think, specifically about how this is going to affect veterans, which, I mean, we've talked about. It will devastate veterans, but let's just, again, this was 52 minutes ago.
It basically gives a lot of tax cuts to the wealthiest people in our country, and it's going to mean lower income people get less help. We'll see 10 million, 11 million Medicaid beneficiaries cut. But this is also going to hurt veterans. This bill will also hurt veterans. And how will it do? How will it hurt veterans? Because 1.5 million veterans actually get their health care through Medicaid. People don't know that not every veteran gets their health care from the Veterans Administration, the VA. So veterans are going to be hurt in the finer print of this bill. This bill is a huge bill, and in order to save money, Republicans are slashing all sorts of other programs to try to pay for these tax cuts, but which they're not doing, because the Congressional Budget Office said 2.5.
Just look how tired all these people look. They look like I look. Like, you could tell everyone's been up all night. Everyone's like, focus, use your words, enunciate.
$1 trillion in deficit. That's the deficit that it's going to create, additional deficit, which means all of the cuts to Medicaid, all the cuts to all these other programs are only a partial payment for what this bill costs. But let me talk about what veterans are going to get hurt by. As I said, 1.5 million veterans get their health care from Medicaid. We know that the work requirements, a portion of this bill, will actually hurt veterans. I'm offering an amendment today in the Rules Committee to get veterans exempt from those work requirements, and I have every expectation Republicans will just turn that aside. You know, when Democrats controlled the House of Representatives, in the reconciliation bill that we put forward, we actually put protections in for veterans from for-profit colleges so that they would not fall to their predatory schemes. They often, for-profit colleges often target veterans for their veteran benefits, their veteran educational benefits. This bill reverses that, if you can believe that they repeal the 90-10 rule. Bottom line is that our veterans will become targets for fraudulent schemes, for low quality diploma mills to prey upon veterans for their GI Bill benefits.
I want to begin, however.
When Josh Hawley starts begging for FEMA assistance from Christina. No one cares, Josh. No, if you voted for that, you want Trump to do away with FEMA. Stop crying in hearings and begging for help. This is your dream, not ours. Okay, I have something. And again, when he's talking about predatory loans and predatory universities, I'm from Phoenix, home of University of Phoenix, where things like that happen to veterans. That's what he's saying, is they were trying to protect veterans who may or may, be confused from being preyed on and paying like $600 a credit from these types of university scams like University of Phoenix. Yeah, this is a huge problem in my state. Hold on, I want to make sure. Okay, got it. Sorry. Oh. Sorry, I'm pulling it up my wrong device. Sorry, I have so many devices. I'm like, is this it? Wait, that's Yasmin. I'm sorry. I'm just looking for this one clip. Here it is. And by the way, Representative Takano, he represents the 39th District of California. And this is Representative Clark, and I'm not sure what her district is, but I will look it up as well. I love her, though.
Before we go, any other message you want to make to your constituents or the American people about this budget bill?
Well, this is a fight over values. This is a fight over morals. This is a fight over what is right and what is wrong. It is wrong to use this moment to cut drastically the services that the American people need, on top of tariffs, on top of the gutting of the federal workforce, in the midst of the challenges that people are facing, than to really dismantle healthcare as we know it. They've been trying to dismantle the ACA for years now. We have so many Americans who are able to access healthcare. Mothers are able to give birth and have healthy babies because we have really invested. This divestment, in order to give tax breaks in perpetuity to the wealthiest people in the United States of America.
Perpetuity, MAGA, means forever. Perpetuity is forever. Even your tax cuts that are a pittance that mean nothing because they're offset by every time we transact at the cash register, we pay more tariffs on top of that. You're getting no savings. Those aren't in perpetuity. Those aren't forever. That's just to trick you into thinking you got something while you're being robbed, right? But rich people, their tax cuts are in perpetuity.
That does not speak to the values of who we are as Americans. And so we're going to fight. We're going to keep fighting. We're going to keep shaming. We're going to keep making sure that the American people are aware of what is taking place, and the fact that these members decided that they would do this in the dark of night so that they would not have to be in front of the American people justifying the unjustifiable.
Justifying the unjustifiable. And by the way, Yvette Clark is the 9th District of New York, so partially Brooklyn. I love her. If you don't know Yvette Clark, you should, because she's awesome. Okay, cool. I have one more I want to get to. Sorry, just so while I find the right clip, don't make you look at my screen. Okay. Oh, yeah, maybe I have two more. I lied. I forgot about this one. I love that they're doing live interviews from Congress now. Look at how far Midas Touch has come.
Talk to us about what you think are some of the biggest issues here that your constituents and the American people should know about why this is such a bad bill.
Well, first of all, we're still learning in real time what this bill even includes. Taking out fees on gun silencers, so making it easy for people to have accessories to their guns, making tanning easier, all the while that we're gutting food benefits and we're taking away health care for people. We're turning our back on veterans. So it's really hard to say where this starts, but then you layer in the fact that this also adds trillions to our deficit. It really is not thoughtful and deliberate. It does not deliver on the promise that both President Trump and congressional Republicans said from day one about lowering costs. It's now day 138 here in Congress, and we're doing quite the opposite. There was a CBO analysis that just said the lowest 10% of all Americans in terms of income are going to actually see an additional increase in their cost of living, while the highest 10% are going to see a decrease significantly in their cost of living.
What are you hearing?
Why are you shuttering?
It's actually a really good clip. We might not get to that clip till tomorrow. Oh my gosh, this is a good one. I found something else we need to hear. This is important. Ro Khanna is in the Rules Committee screaming at people. It's awesome. This is 4:30. Yeah, this is exactly. I love Ro Khanna. If only Republicans could get over the fact he's too brown. Maybe he was Bernie Sanders' 2016 campaign manager. If you want someone to make sure you have what you need, I do think Ro Khanna is a person that could get that for people who understands. Okay. This is 6 minutes ago. Here we go. Everyone looks so tired.
Have a common sense bipartisan amendment. No American child under the age of 18 should lose their health care because of this bill. As you know, 42% of America's children rely on Medicaid.
What's wrong with
The chairman
that?
of the Energy and Commerce Committee said, no one is going to lose their health care. No kids are going to lose their health care. President Trump keeps saying it's all about waste, fraud, and abuse. We're just going after waste, fraud, and abuse. Representative Crenshaw says no kids are going to lose their health insurance. And a number of Republicans wrote in a letter to the Speaker that they should make sure no kids lose their health insurance. But the reality is, independent estimates are that 800,000 kids in this country are going to lose their health care. I think we can all agree that any child born in America should have health care. So if the Republicans agree that kids shouldn't lose health care, why not just have a simple amendment in this bill saying we guarantee that no kid is going to lose health care? Now you ask, why is it that kids are going to lose health care? Why the estimates of 800,000? The reality is that the work requirements were tried in Arkansas. And what they saw is when parents were kicked off health care because of bureaucratic reasons, the kids lost the health care too. It's not theoretical. Thousands of kids in Arkansas lost their health care. And this to me seems like the easiest way that we can answer this question. Just guarantee to the American public that not a single American kid is going to lose health care with this bill. And that would answer the question. It would make good on all of the promises. It would make good on the promise that Trump is saying it's only waste, fraud, and abuse. He certainly doesn't want to deprive American kids born here of health care. Let me end with this point. I was in Allentown. There was a sixth grader. She stood up and she said her name was Sophia. I won't say her last name, but her name was Sophia. And she said, I'm scared. I'm scared. Can you assure me that I won't be afraid? And she said she's afraid because her grandmother is on Medicare. And she said she's afraid because she's a single mother is raising her. And she was concerned about her own health care. I want this amendment to pass so I can tell Sophia she doesn't have to be afraid about losing her own health care. And kids like Sophia should not be afraid of losing their health care across this country.
April 23rd.
It's the reality of the hellscape we're in now, because we can't make that promise to Sophia, but we have to listen to creepy Donald Trump say he cares about kids. Ew. Terrifying that this is the world we live in. Oh my God. Oh yeah, Julie, I have clips of that creepy press, which was about the same intelligence level as what MAGA influencers. If you don't, Julie was talking about yesterday, KKK Caroline Leavitt decided to have children, like 4-year-olds, for a press briefing, and they were actually smarter than the MAGA influencers that they invite in. It was pretty. You could not tell the difference. Like, if I did not look in the chairs and realize toddlers were talking, I would have been like, oh, is that Tim Pool? That was a good question, Tim Pool. Are you getting smarter? That's what it seemed. I was like, oh, that was a 3-year-old who is smarter than the MAGA influencers that they invite in. No, I mean, it's not that many clips, but yeah, I don't know how many clips Trump posted, but I just saw like a few clips in my X feed, and the kids had better questions than the MAGA influencers. It was like one kid was like, what are you going to do about climate crisis? It was and like, wait, hold on. Now we do need, it's not even, I don't know if it's funny or it's more depressing, but I really do have, hold on. I do have a clip of this. Oh my God, Caroline. It weirds me out. She's around kids. Like, I honestly don't even know if she should be around children, but I do think I clipped one of these. Okay. But they're all funny. I mean, what I know is whoever she invites in that's an adult MAGA podcaster will not be as smart as the children. Oh, sorry, it's muted. My bad. Hold on. Come on, iPad. Here we go.
Nora, go ahead.
Which is Trump's favorite president besides himself?
Said, who is Trump's favorite president besides himself? That's what this little creature says.
Nora, go ahead.
Which is Trump's favorite president besides himself?
It's a good question because it would be probably himself. No, I think that perhaps he would say George Washington. I know he speaks very highly of George Washington, who was, of course, the first president of our great country, and he has his big, beautiful portrait hanging in the Oval Office above the fireplace. Good question.
No, it's not a good. I mean, yes, it's a great question. You shouldn't be around children. I mean, he loves. Yeah, who's the other one? Who's the guy that Operation Dry Front? I refuse to say that slur. Who did that? Eisenhower. Maybe you would say Eisenhower. Definitely Andrew Jackson. Nick. He does love Nixon, the last guy to be impeached. I mean, it's no one good. Are the facts. I want to show. Oh, as long as we're just, let's decompress a little bit. Decompress from the horrible news. What's the more horrible news? Sorry that I don't have better news. I do want to just show. So Columbia University, Ivy League university that basically 100% sold out to Donald Trump. This is their graduation. Basically, Claire Shipman, who is the president of the university that sold out to Donald Trump, she was pretty much booed the entire time she was speaking. I didn't clip the whole speech, but let me just show you a clip of Claire Shipman having a very bad day.
Good morning, class of 2025. I know that many of you feel Good morning, class of 2025. I know that many of you feel some amount of frustration with me, and I know you feel it with the administration. And I know we have a strong, strong tradition of free speech at this university.
You killed. Sorry, I'm losing. I haven't slept.
And I am always open to feedback, which I am getting right now. The work of your generation will be to shape these interesting times, to define the values.
You're saying free Mahmoud Khalil? Imagine the arrogance to show your face there and try to give a speech. Why would anyone want to hear from you? Why? What kind of narcissism are you afflicted by that would make you think anyone wants to hear you speak? No one wants to hear from you, weirdo. Like, it really does show like how delusional some people in this country are. There's nobody on earth that wants to hear from you, Claire Shipman. Nobody. Crawl back into your hole and don't make any of us have to see you again. I just want to, again, I'm just trying to lighten the mood with some more bad news. I don't know if anyone heard about this or not, but our tax dollars are paying Ashley Babbitt's family $5 million. I find this disgusting and offensive for many reasons. U.S. taxpayers will pay the family of J6 insurrectionist Ashley Babbitt. So just so you know, if you commit a horrific crime and break into a federal building and tried to unalive people, your family could get $5 million. After the Trump admin agreed to settle a wrongful death lawsuit, the Biden administration previously opposed any settlement. 33%. 1/3 of this settlement is paid out to Tom Fitton's Judicial Watch. If you don't know who Tom Fitton is, look it up. He's a Trump sycophant who pretends he's a lawyer and is not, and flexes in front of the camera all the time. He's really creepy. I don't know what else to say. And Virginia lawyer Richard Driscoll. This is from Senator Ruben Gallego of Arizona. Paying money to a Tias family using U.S. taxpayer dollars. The hundreds of police injured that day should be compensated. Yeah, all the people. Did Brian Sicknick's family get anything? No. Capitol Police Chief Tom Manger to his staff per CBS, quote, I told them I was extremely disappointed and I disagreed with the DOJ's decision to settle. This is the reality of the world we're living in. This is Hakeem Jeffries yesterday speaking about this during his press conference.
Get your reaction to this reported $5 million settlement between the Trump administration and the family of Ashley Babbitt.
The Chief of Police of the United States Capitol Police Force clearly and plainly said, and I support the position, that the settlement was a slap in the face to the hard-working, courageous, and brave men and women of the United States Police Force. It was totally done without any communication to the chief of the Capitol Police or his lawyers, and appears solely the result of a political determination that Donald Trump and Republicans are going to try to whitewash what happened on January 6th. This settlement is just an extension of what they've previously done, which is to pardon violent felons who violently attacked the Capitol on January 6th, including police officers, and now have all been pardoned and sent back to communities across the country where in some cases they're re-engaging in criminal activity. Donald Trump and the extreme MAGA Republicans are not going to be able to erase what happened on January 6th, no matter how hard they try.
Amen. And let me show you, because if things weren't so out of whack, I would have showed you these. This is yesterday in Congress. Jamie Raskin, during an oversight and accountability hearing, basically went off about this stuff. Let me find the clips because they were so good. And then I can show you some Jasmine Crockett clips too, because she did such a great job. Here, wait, let me just make sure. I have so many clips. Okay, here we go. So this is yesterday at like around 1 p.m. in oversight and accountability hearings. And people were touching on different things because there's a lot of horrific things going on. But Jamie Raskin, who's the chair of oversight and accountability, was talking about this $5 million paid out to Ashley Babbitt.
In 2023, then House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said, I think the police officer did his job. Now, although Trump's new attorney general is set to give $5 million to the rioter's family, Trump has not proposed to give a penny to the more than 140 police officers injured, wounded, hospitalized, disfigured, and or disabled in their violence, and nothing to their families. He's proposed no money payments to the bereaved family of Officer Brian Sicknick, an Army veteran with 2 tours abroad who died at age 42 here on January 7th, 2021, the very next day after being brutalized by rioters.
I have to say this because, oh my God, I can almost remember her name. Oh yeah, I do remember. You know, a MAGA, it's just the dumbest of the dumb. MAGA, who they put mother effing in front of their names on TikTok. Well, this person I debated, this is how you know I'm still so annoyed about it. This was like probably a month ago, and it was like on Pickles Live, I think, or maybe it was on Chris's. I can't remember, but her name was Mother effing Ellie Mae, and she had the nerve to say that no police officers died as a result of January 6th. That's like saying if you are assaulted and beaten within an inch of your life, if you don't die that day, it didn't happen. Do you understand how unintelligent you are to make a comment like that? If just so you know, I just want everyone to understand, and I don't want to blame this solely on Ellie Mae, whose brain is not working for sure, because I've heard the same argument from so many MAGA men whose brains work even less. So, according to MAGA logic, because their brains don't work so good, if you survive an assault, if you don't immediately unalive within that 24-hour period, nothing happened to you. You just happened to alive. That's how MAGA's brains work. I mean, not all the time, right? Because if you were assaulted by an undocumented immigrant, then no, you're the victim of a real crime, no matter, whether you unalive or remain alive, something horrible happened to you. But when it comes to J6 logic, if you didn't unalive right there in that moment, nothing ever happened to you. We're paying $5 million. Talk about waste, fraud, and abuse. So if I'm trying to say, I don't even know how to use words because I'm getting really tired. But if you are this unintelligent that you decided to break into a federal building, I now have to pay you $5 million because you're an idiot. This is waste, fraud, and abuse. Truly, this is what it is right here. We're paying Ashley Babbitt's family $5 million.
The decision to give millions of dollars to the Babbitt family and nothing to the families of the police officers who defended this Capitol, who defended us, exacerbates the insult of Speaker Johnson's continuing refusal to hang a simple plaque in honor of the officers who defended the Capitol and the Congress and the Vice President. A plaque mandated by law and now more than 2 years overdue on the West Front of the Capitol. The Speaker's stubborn refusal to respect the law is craven submission to the executive branch, to Donald Trump, who wants to pretend that the rampaging mob that he sent to Congress was made up of patriotic heroes and that the people he pardoned were, quote, hostages. And
Preach, Jamie. Oh, and I have some good news about a J6er who Trump pardoned. He is giving back to the community. Oh, no, I'm sorry. No, he's not. He's doing home invasions. I got it confused.
Well, a 33-year-old January 6 rioter who assaulted our police officers at the Capitol, and he smashed the glass pane through which Ashley Babbitt climbed before she was fatally shot by a Capitol officer, was arrested again yesterday.
This is the guy that smashed the glass. Just got arrested again yesterday, not for giving back to society. Spoiler alert.
This time they got him for burglarizing neighbors' homes. This was a guy who was pardoned by President Trump, now robbing houses in Virginia. Well,
kitty corn guy. How many of these people have reoffended? We got guy who's no longer with us because he tried to attack police. This is great job, MAGA. Real salt of the earth folk.
Now we've got colleagues who celebrate January 6th insurrectionists actually calling for prosecution of members of the House for doing their jobs. Representative Buddy Carter called our colleagues rioters. Representative Bishop actually said this was an insurrection. I didn't know that was in his vocabulary, but this was an insurrection, and he said it was a debacle worse than 9/11.
Now these people all support this. Oh, and just because I love Anarchy Princess, yeah, and she responded to these clips of Jamie Raskin saying this, and basically another J6er was arrested. Yet this is 22 hours ago. Another J6er is back in jail. Brian Betancourt Battisti, this time for stalking and harassing multiple women, one of them being me. So again, also one of these J6ers who got a full pardon is busy stalking and harassing women. As if we need one more out there to evade. Awesome. Great job, MAGA. You guys are amazing people. This is just more information. And if you don't know who Anarchy Princess is, I suggest following her. She's great. But Brian was sentenced to 330 days with credit for time served. He will be locked up for at least the next 8 months. 8 months. Brian was on probation for continuing to violate the anti-stalking order I have against him. While on probation, you cannot commit crimes. It is a crime to threaten to violently assault someone. Yes, it is. This video was used to revoke his probation. He is still facing criminal charges. I did not screenshot this video, but it is pretty scary. This is another woman's video who's saying that this same guy who was stalking Anarchy Princess is also stalking this woman. And this was a video of that she recorded of him THREATSing her. This is Kate Ross. Yeah. Toodle saying he knows another. Yeah. There's many there. It's like 5 or 6 women that this man is stalking. It's a few. I didn't read all the court. I read a few of the pages of the court records. And yeah, it's a lot of women.
In Trump world, violent insurrectionists and cop-beating extremists are heroes. They're martyrs. They're patriots. Members of Congress performing oversight functions are criminals and insurrectionists. And veteran criminal prosecutors of January 6 felons are fired so Donald Trump can continue to pander to his private militia of pardoned rioters and insurrectionists and a reserve army of extremists who've proven themselves willing to stand back and stand by.
I mean, so well said. And those 59, which Chris and I are probably going to do debates on Sunday, specifically related to the shit show. Like, it's a complete distraction. It's all lies. Trump tried to do a Zelensky to the South African president today and accuse the Black South African president of victimizing white farmers who hold all the wealth, all the land, all the upward mobility in South Africa after apartheid. So I think we're going to do a debate about that on Sunday, probably, but I just didn't want to give it any life today because it's just a distraction. It's all easily disprovable through statistical analysis. But that's who these people are, the 50-odd people that got to come here from South Africa. Just more white nationalist, delusional weirdos like the J6ers who believe they're victims because equity feels to white people like they're being victimized. After you stole everything from brown and black people, when people say, hey, I'd just like my seat at the table, I'd like you to share the pie with me. All of a sudden, that's them being victims. You're not being victims when you stole a bunch of things from people and then they're not even asking for all of it back. They're like, you can keep what you stole, just share it with me. And white people are like, what's happening? I'm a victim. No, nothing's happening to you. Be quiet. Well, actually, hold on. I don't want to say that because that's not true. You are being robbed, just not by brown and black people. I think that's what's important. You're being robbed by the people you vote for and support every day. Those are the people we're all being robbed by. If you have learned one thing from this live today, it's who actually has your money. It's not brown and black people. It's not undocumented immigrants. It's not trans people. It's the people you keep voting for. They have all your money. Conservatives, billionaires, corporations, they have your money. You should go ask them for it back. That would be my advice. But you won't, because you guys are all cowards. Respectfully, of course. Always respectfully. But if we learned one thing from today, it's unfortunately no. Undocumented immigrants do not have your money. I do want to, I'm trying to make sure I get, oh wait, what are these? Oh, I don't even know. I'm just thinking if I should save this for tomorrow, because man, do I have some very upsetting things to show you around immigration, like I talked about, like what's going on with people being sent to South Sudan. I do want to just show one part of this, which I don't think we can handle any more bad news today, but I do just want to show one thing that I think is very telling. So, as people continue to investigate all of Trump's never-ending stream of pathological lies, oh, you guys are going to love this. Which, don't get me wrong, we knew, but now we can know for sure. Of all the people who were mailed to El Salvador, the alien they're supposed to be war criminals that were disappeared. 50 of them entered the United States illegally. Legally. At least 50 migrants sent to the El Salvador to Secot entered the U.S. legally. Not just did they enter legally, but also have zero criminal records. So, MAGA, are you listening? Because I haven't slept and I'm losing patience at this point. These people did not even sneak into the country. They have no criminal records. They entered this country legally. You kidnapped them, sent them to another country to rot. They are not criminals. They've never been charged with a crime, and they did not enter the United States legally. Did you get that? What their crime is? What is it? Being brown? Your brains do not work very well. And as a result of your paranoia of melanin, I know if I was as white as you guys, I would be jealous of melanin. This is the Cato Institute, which I would say screenshot this if you want to read more, because this is a really good article about it. And the Cato Institute is a think tank and they give really good information. 50 plus Venezuelans imprisoned in El Salvador came to the U.S. illegally and never violated a single immigration law. Did you get that, MAGA? Their crime was too much melanin. Too much melanin, and maybe they had a tattoo. They didn't even enter the country illegally, geniuses. You got it all wrong. And you have people in concentration camps who didn't even enter this country illegally, which we did know. We knew immediately that at least several of them were legally here. But now we know. And by the way, I'm not saying the rest of them entered illegally. There's just people it's super hard to find information on. Like the majority of people left, I'm not saying they're criminals and that they entered illegally. I'm saying people were searching for information on them. But this is if you want to read more about this, it's from the Cato Institute, and they have like charts and graphs all about how MAGA's brains don't work and how you guys are sending people to concentration camps in other countries who have never done a thing wrong, never committed a crime, never been charged with a crime, and certainly never entered this country illegally. What is the total number of people? I think we could just someone can Google that. The total number of people sent to El Salvador. I'm not sure, but I know that hold on, let me see. Let me look really quick. Cause I screenshotted. Here we go. Oh wait. Oh my God. It's in the first part of this. Hold on here. Why is it not? There we go. Shortly after the U.S. government illegally and unconstitutionally, and by the way, Whether you entered this country undocumented illegally, which is a misdemeanor, doesn't make you a war criminal. Nobody should be in El Salvador. I just want to make that clear. And unconstantly transported about 240 Venezuelans to be imprisoned in Salvador's horrific Teism prison on this was May 15th. A subsequent CBS News investigation, which I played for you guys, found that 75% of the men on that list had zero criminal record. These are not criminals. Great job, MAGA. So of the 240, 75% have no criminal record in the United States or abroad. Thank you so much for the gifts. I appreciate it so much. If you enjoy all this research and me staying all night working, this is my Cash App and Venmo. Please do support me or subscribe. That yellow star in the bottom is the subscription tab, and you can subscribe for yourself or for someone else. So it found that 75% had no criminal record. Less attention has been paid to the fact that dozens of these men never violated immigration laws either. Because, this is the argument of MAGA, right? Well, if you come into the country, you're a criminal, even though you don't understand law, if you don't understand that misdemeanors are not something you can be in prison for in the U.S. That's a misdemeanor. But they didn't even do that, MAGA, because your brains are slow and you can't read. The U.S. government not only denied these men due process, it has also generally failed to provide their families, their attorneys, or the public any information about what it alleges these men did to deserve incarceration in a concentration camp in El Salvador. In fact, it has never even published a comprehensive list of individuals that it has sent to El Salvador, and it has refused to verify the CBS News list. Journalists have already discovered that the list obtained by CBS was incomplete. There were people left off of it. Moreover, in most cases, the men never knew the evidence against them or that they were being removed to El Salvador. I talked about this. They lied and told them they were going to Venezuela. And then when they were landing, they're like, this isn't Venezuela. Finally, the U.S. and Salvadoran governments won't allow the men to talk to anyone. So there's no way to interview them directly. Given the total lack of transparency by the federal government, we have compiled what the families of the men themselves are reporting about their entries and what likely triggered their incarceration in El Salvador. Their stories are often corroborated by government entry documents, right? So they're trying to, and again, the majority they still can't find information on, but these are the people they have talked to some families and then were able to cross-reference with entry documents, witness testimony, and the administration's statements about them, how the imprisoned Venezuelans came to America. Sadly, no information regarding 1 in 3 of the men could be found online. So 33% they can't find information on. Maybe no one in their families knows they're missing, or maybe they are too afraid to speak up. For 48% of the 174 about whom we have some information, we have no information about their method of crossing into the United States. For many, the only information is Facebook or Instagram posts from their mothers pleading for information about their children. About 100 relatives also signed a letter to Salvadoran President Nayib Bukele, but it contains no case-specific information. The government calls them all illegal aliens. I can barely say that. But of the 90 cases, so here we get into the meat and potatoes. Of the 90 cases where the method of crossing is known, 50 men report they came legally to the United States with advanced U.S. government permission. You relegated people you called them war criminals and sent them to a concentration camp in another country without due process. People that were here legally. with no criminal records, with advanced U.S. government permission at an official border crossing point. A Reuters survey of 50 men also placed the proportion of those who entered legally at about half. This isn't surprising because about half of all Venezuelans who have immigrated, now listen to this because it was Trump that did this, over the past 2 years came legally as well, either as refugees, parolees, or visa holders. It was Trump that gave Venezuelans temporary protective status. Does anyone remember the Supreme Court ruling a couple days ago and all the Venezuelans are like, I voted for Trump and he lied to me? Yeah, Trump gave you temporary protected status, allowed you to legally enter this country, and then is disappearing people. The proportion isn't what matters the most. The astounding absolute numbers are dozens of legal immigrants, were stripped of their status and imprisoned in a concentration camp in El Salvador. So because I know MAGA, you guys can't read. So here's a picture that maybe it will make more sense if you just look at a picture. Immigrants sent to El Salvador's prison about whom some info is online. So the largest percentage is unknown, illegal 40, legal 50. The dark blue is legal. These legal immigrants include a temporary, the majority, we still don't have information on them. So again, that could be more people who MAGA imprisoned for no reason by lying and saying because you have a tattoo and you're brown that you're a criminal. These legal immigrants, meanwhile, actual criminals, by the way, billionaires and corporations who have actually robbed us. As long as you have $1 million in America, you're not a criminal. You can get out of indictments. You can make cases go away. That's the world you want to live in, MAGA, is if you're rich enough, you can commit as many crimes as you want to. We are all being robbed by billionaires right now. While you focus on random brown people and convince yourself something is happening that's going to make your life better. Nothing is happening that is making your life better. As a matter of fact, today, our financial futures are being flushed down the toilet because you guys refuse to read or do basic math. These legal immigrants include, again, 50 of the people you sent to a concentration camp in El Salvador are here legally and have never committed a crime. A temporary visa holder and 4 men who were authorized to travel through the U.S. refugee program. The government vetted these refugees abroad and concluded they would face persecution, letting them resettle in the United States. The other 45 legal immigrants scheduled appointments using the CBP One app through which they were permitted to seek entry. Among those appointments, 24 were paroled into the United States where they could live and were given work visas to work legally for up to 2 years, while the other 21 were detained at the port of entry. Again, here's a picture, MAGA, because I know words are hard. You can't read. So here's a picture with colors. It's a pie. So the light blue here is paroled after CBP 1. That's 24 people. CBP 1 appointment, that's these 21 here in the darker blue. Refugees, that's the 4. And the little sliver, you even got one on a tourist visa. Great job. I hope Mexico starts rounding up people who are on tourist visas. These people came to the United States with advanced U.S. government permission, were vetted and screened before arrival. Can you hear, MAGA? Violated no U.S. immigration law, and the U.S. government turned around and disappeared them without due process to a foreign prison. It is paying the Salvadoran government to continue. Again, we're paying them millions a year in our tax dollars to imprison people that were here legally who have done nothing wrong. Of all the absolute cock-ups, MAGA, that you are all guilty of, this might be your biggest one. Because we didn't just deport these people. No, we're continuing to pay to torture people that are innocent. You guys are truly firing on no cylinders. Who is the U.S. government paying to be in prison? And the men were workers, construction laborers, pipe installers, cooks, delivery drivers, a soccer coach, a makeup artist. Maybe he could have helped Trump with the makeup he's wearing every day that looks god-awful. A mechanic, a veterinarian, a musician, and an entrepreneur. Most of those who were released quickly found jobs in the United States. Yeah, if maybe Andrew could help Trump with his horrific makeup. Meanwhile, no other men can wear makeup every day, just creepy Trump. Trump can paint himself orange every day, and that's not weird. Any other men wearing makeup, you're up to something and you're a creep. A majority of the men are fathers. Altogether, the men who were trying to support 44 children. You have made 44 children fatherless. These men were legally in the U.S., contributing to our economy and our retirement. And you guys have them in a concentration camp in another country. Again, that our tax dollars have to continue to pay for. You guys are truly idiots. I don't know how else to say it. That's the nicest thing I can say at this point. The U.S. government did not inform their families, lawyers, or anyone else of their impending imprisonment at the U.S. government expense in a Salvadorian prison known for torture and other abuses. That would be illegal inside the United States. Agents simply disappeared them without charge or trial, or even acknowledgement, which is rightly considered a crime against humanity. But I have to hear about white people who engaged in apartheid abuses and how they need to be here and join the rest of the J6 criminals who are running around committing crimes. Oh, MAGA. CBS obtained a list of the flight manifests from March 15, but there was never any official recognition of that list, so no one could have confirmed the whereabouts of their loved ones. It turned out that the CBS list was incomplete, and 2 of these legal immigrants vanished without a trace. It took media investigations to reveal their whereabouts in the Salvadoran prison. In one case, ICE lied to the family before admitting that their relative was sent to the prison. I can't even, this is so upsetting. The U.S. government asserts they are criminal Teists. The only Teists I know of are the J6ers, who are pardoned and were released into the country and continuing to commit crimes. You know who else? Our tax dollars paid to go pick up a bunch of Afrikaans who the South African government said were unvetted, possible criminals, and advised that we should not let them into our country because of their history of violence and radical white nationalism. And Trump released those people into the country. You know who we never have any evidence of being released into the country? Trump says insane asylums of brown, black people were being poured into the country. No evidence of that. But the only people I can literally prove in a court of law have ever released criminals into this country is Donald Trump. Period. End of story. That's the reality. You guys have people in concentration camps that our tax dollars have to pay for. It's not like we dropped them off there. We're paying to torture innocent people who were in this country legally. Of all the dumb things you've done, MAGA, this has to be truly the dumbest. People who are contributing to our society, paying into our retirement that they would never get, never to take the money back. They weren't citizens. It's not like they were going to pay into Medicare and Social Security and collect it again. If only you guys could do math or you understood how this economy worked. And you could use all of your weird anger and energy to punishing the real people who have robbed you. Again, It's not poor brown people. It's not trans people. Billionaires and corporations have all your money. Whenever you grow up and get brave enough to stand up to the people who are truly oppressing you, then you can come talk to us. Thank you for the $5 on Venmo, Sarah. I appreciate it so, so much. You're the best. Truly. Because while you think you're doing something, punishing people who are helping us all retire, and again, we have to pay to keep these people in El Salvador, people who did nothing wrong, who were in the United States illegally. And then when they finally get out and they sue the shit out of all of us, then our tax dollars are going to pay for wrongfully torturing these people. How many millions? What was it we had to give George Floyd? 27 million. I wonder how many millions you give people you trap in a concentration camp in another country. Wonder how much, when this is all said and done, your guys' bigotry will cost us and idiocy will cost us. My guess is way more than George Floyd. But meanwhile, we're giving Ashley Babbitt, a weirdo who broke into Capitol, $5 million, but not the police officers who were injured and unalive. Their families get nothing. Geniuses, you guys are geniuses. We're paying to torture people who were in the United States illegally. This is going to cost us millions upon millions of dollars, just like we know that Elon Musk has cost us millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars, because it turns out you can't fire people unlawfully because you end up owing a lot of money. We're already spending 86 million, or sorry, 86. Is it million or billion? It might be billion. I don't want to get it wrong, so I'm just going to look it up. How much more? Oh, I might have a screenshot. More. I just want to make sure I don't misquote how much more Trump has cost us by just being a weirdo who makes up lies. Oh, yes, this is the article I cited before. This is an article from April 30th, 2025. Despite Trump's promised cuts, U.S. spent more than, I'm sorry, it's not million, it's billion, 200 billion more in its first 100 days than last year. Great job, MAGA. Your unwillingness to read or learn to do basic math has effed us all. Not just us. Our children's futures are over because you all refuse to read or do basic math. You have 50 people who are in this country legally being tortured in another prison in another country that we are paying millions of dollars a year to torment these people who were innocent and here legally. Keep up the great work. Your decision making is terrifying. And again, I just want to make it clear, no matter how much you feel you're sticking it to someone, that's you. That's you drowning. That's you being robbed. That's all of us. All you're doing is ensuring that your children and your children's children have zero financial future. Well, you're like, yeah, brown people, we're teaching them a lesson. Yeah, you're paying to torture innocent people. I don't know how you guys live with yourself. I do want to play this one video I recorded because I do think it's important to just keep, because I do think one of the most innocent of these people who very clearly from the beginning we knew did not enter this country illegally in any way was that gay makeup artist that we should all feel really scared of. You know, the ones who they said he had gang tattoos, but they were just a crown that said mommy and daddy. You know, that guy. Let's just remind ourselves of who you guys are. Again, before they drop them off, we are paying money to torture this man who's innocent and was in this country legally.
Foot in the United States. Lisbeth Sanguino and her sons went through months of vetting, in-person interviews, and background checks to be resettled as refugees from Venezuela. So she was shocked when the family arrived at the Houston airport and immigration agents arrested her 24-year-old son, Widmer Aguelvis. The reason? A tattoo of a rose and a clock, which an agent wrote are associated with the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua. But experts say Tren de Aragua does not use tattoos as markers of membership. And government documents show that Aguelvis had no criminal record or other evidence linking him to the gang. Yet he ended up here, in a notorious supermax prison in El Salvador designed to lock up gang members and terrorists indefinitely, with no contact with the outside world. He's one of hundreds of men deported to the prison without a court hearing under the Alien Enemies Act, a circumvention of due process that advocates have challenged in court as unlawful, but which Trump officials have justified by calling the men a threat to the nation.
Our job is to send the terrorists out before anyone else gets raped or murdered.
We found, through government documents and interviews with lawyers and families, that at least 3 of the men, including Aguelvis, had been carefully vetted to come to the U.S. under the Refugee Resettlement Program, a process for people fleeing war and persecution. My son, Sanguino says, is not a gang member or a terrorist. He's a soccer player and an aspiring engineer who looks after his younger brothers. His tattoos are references to his childhood, his grandmother's rose garden, and an owl that used to visit their home every night. The family's lawyers filed a habeas corpus petition in federal court alleging violations of due process. But for now, Aguelvis has effectively disappeared. For more than 2 months, his mother has had no contact with him or received any information about his condition.
Yo como y siento culpa.
She feels guilty when she eats, she says, because she doesn't know if he's eating. How does this change your perception of the United States?
Totalmente.
Completely, she says. She thought the U.S. was a place where things happened according to the law.
The ultimate irony is this is how unintelligent MAGA truly is, how little they know. The reason that Venezuelans were allowed to come here under temporary protected status and were previously vetted is because Trump effed up their country, tried to do a coup there, sanctioned them economically, drove crime up. And right before he left, and you can look this all up, of Trump's first term, he approved them for TPS. He invited them to come here. And then they came here, and you guys lied, accused them of being criminals, and are having them tormented in a concentration camp in another country that we have to pay millions and millions of dollars a year for. That's the Republican way. Create problems, blame them on someone else, then pretend you're solving the problem that you created in the first place in some horrific way. This might be one of the truly most heinous things you've ever done, MAGA. And you know why? I mean, just pure ignorance. And all on the backdrop of us being robbed. Your children's financial futures are over. Because you're in a cult and you feel weird about brown people. Congratulations. You guys are firing on all cylinders. Who bought someone just bought a lot of subscriptions. That was so nice. Joby, thank you so much for the 5 subscriptions. WJoby1. If you got a subscription, WJoby in the chat. Mark, I haven't seen you in forever. You said, I love you, miss you. I miss you too. I'm going to text you. I was just going to say, we haven't talked in forever. Hope you're doing good. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo. You're amazing. I'm sorry we're in this situation. I could show you 5 more hours of content about how I just don't want to overwhelm anyone with how dire our situation is. But I mean, this is the reality because we're all trapped in a lifeboat and, you know, about let's say 30% of the people in the lifeboat, their brains don't work. We're all going to drown together. So I encourage you, MAGA, to correctly identify who's robbing you. You're right that you're being robbed. It's just not brown people who got a clock tattoo on their arm. Again, I've played many videos. We've talked the foremost experts on Tren de Aragua in the world, all confirm that they don't require any of their members to get tattoos. So every time you continue to falsely imprison someone for being brown from Venezuela and having a tattoo, I hope it keeps you up at night. This is idiocy. It's costing us millions of dollars. We're keeping people in concentration camps who have done nothing wrong. Anyways, but I digress. I'm sorry I don't have better news to end on. I do need to go take care of my cat. Mr. Mittens is having a very tough day breathing. So I'm going to go cuddle him and steam up the bathroom to make it easier for him to breathe. I will be back tomorrow. We'll just continue this. Basically, I have many more clips from today. Like what I want to go over tomorrow is the congressional hearings with Marco Rubio, with, oh my God, the IRS, the guy that owned a putt golf place that's in charge of the IRS, Billy Long. Well, he's been caught lying under oath. RFK was like screaming and trying to attack Senator Murray. I'll show you those clips. I feel like I'm forgetting someone who is. Who am I forgetting? I feel like I'm forgetting one more person. I have so many clips of congressional hearings. And then whatever happens tonight. Oh, Jody, thank you for subscribing. Jody, appreciate it. So and whatever happens tonight, I'll just keep continuing to clip and screen record, and then we'll just continue this tomorrow, same time, same place. I'm sorry I didn't have better news for you guys today, but knowledge is power, and we need to hold MAGA accountable. I do suggest everyone look into the plane of immigrants. At last I heard they're sitting on a runway in Djibouti. Like Trump has violated many federal court orders. This one is direct, and that is why Jim Jordan, they're trying to sneak in a poison pill to this reconciliation bill that makes it easier for Trump to avoid criminal contempt of court, because it's unavoidable now. This man is sending people from other countries to third world countries where they sell people into slavery and are in active wartime. Let me just some homework, because I do think it's worth mentioning. Here we go. This is a good article to read about it. Sorry. I thought you could. This is New York Times. Judge orders U.S. to keep custody of migrants amid claims they were sent to South Sudan. They were. We know that now. There was a hearing at 11 a.m. this morning. If you're not following Aaron Reichlin-Melnick, if he's one of the foremost immigration lawyers in the country, if you want to know more about this, you can learn, like, he has several threads about like the timeline of how this happened. Just basically, ICE just put 12 men on a flight to South Sudan, a country which is on the brink of civil war, in direct defiance of a court order requiring ICE to give people an opportunity to raise objections before being sent to a country not their own. Again, none of these people are native to South Sudan. We are now, and I talked about this a lot before, how Trump was trying to mail people to Ukraine, to a war zone. He's basically just saying, whoever you are, like, if we'll just mail people to third world country war zones. And the only people who are allowed to come here as refugees are white people who are in fact not in any danger whatsoever. That's the reality of the America we live in. And all of this is just a distraction for the fact we're all being robbed. Happy Hump Day! Happy May 21st, 2025. 138th day, I think, of Trump's presidency. I don't know how much worse this can get, but at least we can stick it out together. Thank you guys for watching. Wait. Oh my gosh, we're almost to 1 million. I didn't even realize can we get to 1 million likes? I didn't even know. This will be the second time I've ever got to 1 million likes. Should I read to you a depressing? Litigators filed, let's go through this while we tap the screen. Litigators filed an emergency request for a restraining order. This is 22 hours ago. So actually, when this was posted, because I think it was a little earlier than that. Basically, they realized that ICE was trying to deport people to a third world country war zone. They filed an emergency request for a restraining order, citing the Supreme Court's decision, right? And then The men reportedly being sent to South Sudan include at least 2 of the men the administration previously tried to send to Libya. This is what I was telling you guys. Like Libya, they sell people into slavery. They keep them in cages and literally auction them off like the transatlantic slave trade. These same men they tried to send to Libya are now being sent to South Sudan. If it's the same dozen men, it includes people from Mexico, Bolivia, Vietnam, Laos, Myanmar, and other countries. This is, yeah, that's just, I think I actually read that to you before. The litigators argue that this flight to South Sudan, if it's real, it is real, we know that now, would clearly violate a court order, which was already upheld by the First Circuit, which requires ICE to give people being deported to a country or their own chance to raise concerns, right? Which we know that court order's from April 18th. Here's the email. The wife of one of the men reportedly on his way to South Sudan. This is like tear-jerker. She says her husband and 11 others were told by ICE that they'd be sent to South Africa. They thought they were going to South Africa. Refused, then told they'd be sent to South Sudan. I believe my husband blank and 10 other individuals were sent to the Port Isabel Detention Center in Los Fresnos, Texas, were deported to South Africa or South Sudan early this morning. Yesterday, ICE gathered them together and told them that they, ICE, intended to send them all to South Africa, and everyone refused to sign the document presented. Later, ICE came back and said they were going to send them to Sudan instead. I checked the ICE detainee locator, and my husband and another person from his group are no longer in the system. They disappeared. I called my husband's ICE officer and was told that he's been booked out, but the officer didn't know where he was sent. The order of removal signed by a judge is to deport my husband back to his country of origin, Vietnam. Not to any other third country. The detention centers are overcrowded with inhumane conditions, and ICE is sending people anywhere they can to combat the overcrowding. This is not right. I fear that my husband and his group, which consists of people from Laos, Thailand, Pakistan, Korea, and Mexico, are being sent to South Africa or South Sudan against their will. Please help. They cannot be allowed to do this. This is the first and won't be the last. If they keep getting away with it, I'm begging for your assistance. What kind of hellscape are we in? Where these are the types of emails I have to read to people. Great job, MAGA. Keep up the good work, denying people due process. And when the rest of us are gone, the people who can read and do math and can explain to you, and then you guys are taken away in the dead of night, I will rest easy knowing that that will happen to you. Like, you think that this won't happen to you in some form or fashion? It will. It will not stop. Either we stand up now, or it will be you one day. Period. End of story. Anyways, yeah, I'll continue this, and I'm going to do more research. I haven't read about the hearing that happened today. I just know a judge is like, I know that they were sitting on a plane in Djibouti. They were, and the judge was looking for more information. I don't know if they are in or out of U.S. custody, but basically a judge was saying, like, if you lose these people, then like you're going to be held in contempt. I know. Thank you guys so much for 1 billion. I feel weird celebrating it because it doesn't feel like there's much to celebrate today, but I've got to get some sleep so I can do this again tomorrow. And it seems like I might need, I'm going to go get some sleep and take care of my kitty and eat a snack. Thank you guys so much. And I will update you on whatever the F is going on tomorrow. Yay. Look forward to Thursday. Drink water and rest. Everything is going to be okay, hopefully. I don't know. But I'll let you guys know. And I would look into this and just contact your Congress people about all of this, everything we've talked about. Let them know that they are leaving. They should pack up their office. Unless they spontaneously grow a spine, they will be leaving. Like, And I have more to talk about with immigration. I just don't think I could pile it on today. So thank you guys so much. Have a lovely evening. Thank you for 1 million likes. This is only the second time I think I've done that. And I'm sorry it's on such a somber day. I shall see you guys tomorrow, hopefully on time, but it depends on my cat. 11:30 Pacific time.